All right. We'd like to welcome everyone to our August 25th Wildlife Board meeting. Appreciate all those that are in attendance. My name is Kevin Albrecht from the Southeast region. We will go ahead and introduce those here at the table, and then we have some Wildlife Board members attending virtually. Carl?
Carl Hurst, I represent the Central Region.
Randy Dirth, represent the Northeast region.
Gary Nelson, Central Region.
All right. Bryce? No, he's not on yet. Wade?
Sorry, mute was on. Wade Heaton, Southern Region.
Brett?
Brett Selman, Northern Region.
All right. Had the opportunity to go up to the Golden Spike Rodeo last night, and Brett was the wagon master extraordinaire, big team of draft horses. So he is the hit of Box Elder County for sure. So, all right. We'd like to thank all of the those in attendance, and would like to ask for approval of agenda.
I'll make the motion that we approve the agenda as presented.
I'll second that.
Okay. And with this, all in favor? Okay,
Aye.
perfect. Motion passes unanimous. How about approval of the minutes?
I make a motion that we approve the minutes from last meeting.
I'll second that.
All right, got a motion by Gary, second by Carl. All in favor on the minutes?
Aye.
Aye.
Perfect. Thank you. Vice Chairman Dirth, do we have any action log items at this time?
No, we've got a couple coming up, I think in November, but we don't have any at this time.
With that, we'd like to turn the time over to the director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to give our DWR update today. Just excited to present this. The slides, it doesn't look like it's going to show, so you're out of luck there. You're just stuck with me. But it's been a couple amazing months for DWR, the amount of work that's been going on, the good projects that are happening around the state. So I'm excited to highlight some of that. From our administrative services section, we had our permit sales days in July. Our elk permits, for the most part, those went very smoothly. We were able to make some adjustments there. Well, we've got one screen, so at least the board can see this, and maybe the public. Anyway, we made some adjustments there, and the team worked very well to make sure that ran smoothly. And it's a testament to them. It's just like today. You do everything you can, and you never know for sure, but we plan on everything we can. So fall turkey permits will be available online and over the counter, and that'll start September 8th. And the next application period that we'll be having is for sportsman's permits. And that application starts October 19th and runs to the 9th of November. Our aquatic section is wrapping up their water response strategy. This is really a plan of how we will respond to water issues and be able to address those in a plan, so we're not always on the emergency regulation train and having to essentially adjust regulations on the fly. We're trying to identify those water bodies that we can put in statewide strategies that have adjusted bag limits and stuff like that, that is consistent with what we see in the future on those fisheries. So that's, the plan has really two desired outcomes, and that's to reduce the reliance on those emergency regulation changes, and that we select the right species composition for those water bodies they can handle it. So we're not always putting trout or whatever in a water body that we know we're going to have water issues moving forward. So a lot of great work being done there. Our habitat section, we had a successful ribbon cutting up at our new Cinnamon Creek WMA on August 5th. Just an amazing amount of work has gone into the property already by DWR, and it looks night and day different than it had in the past. And we've had great moisture as well, and the habitat team's really been working hard. And that leads to the next point I wanted to make are these summer monsoons that we've had are just, they're so beneficial to wildlife and the habitat that's out there. I mean, we got drenched on Cinnamon Creek that night. It was wonderful. So that's really made a great difference in our high elevation areas as well. We did have some target shooting closures on WMAs in our northern and central region, and we've just let those expire and are not renewing any of those. The conditions are favorable for doing that. In our law enforcement section, we are hiring. I know we've been saying this for a while now. I think we're getting closer, but we did just have our 4 new conservation officers start their in-house training in Salt Lake, and they're currently out in the field. So trial by fire when you start this time of year in the field. So we also have an application process that we've been working through and have conditional offers out there for, I think it's five officers right now. So we are getting closer to being fully staffed in our law enforcement section. They've also made some changes to our K-9 program, in that we have a K-9 in each region right now, and that has been a very successful program for us, and they're used in a variety of ways. And so we've made 3 of those K-9s. They have had district responsibilities as well. And that program has really been a great benefit to our section and to our sportsmen and women out there. And so we are making 3 of those standalone, that they will just handle all investigations in the region that they can use their K-9 with. And so that is a great benefit to us. Our outreach section, the state fair is coming up. It seems like I just had a corn dog from there that I still can't get rid of, but it's starting September 8th and runs through the 18th. And our wildlife exhibit last year, if you remember, we did wildlife migration initiative stuff. And this year we're going to be focusing on our wildlife management areas and highlighting what a benefit those are to the public. So there will be a fish pond again and fishing there. I'm excited about that because I get to provide the night crawlers for that. So I get to go bust some worms one of these nights, and that gets me kind of excited. So our wildlife section, our black bear committee has met once already, and that is going well. They'll be meeting off and on for the next couple months. Our waterfowl production is up this year. Water issues on some of our WMAs are going to make some of the areas that have been huntable in the past a little more difficult. So our upland game stuff, our sage grouse counts all came in high this year, except for 2 areas in the Hamlin Valley and Sheeprock Mountains. We've also done brood counts out on the Parker, and we're going to be analyzing those here shortly. So really a testament to the moisture that we've received in the summer monsoons and that effort of our habitat work. So our sharp-tailed grouse have not been faring as well, and we have had a decrease of about 18% there. So, and then since last year. On the big game side, our elk plan committee is wrapping up. I think they're done with in-person meetings, and they may have a additional virtual meeting, but they have done extremely well with that committee, and there's a lot coming from there, and we're excited to have that proposal out in the next couple months. We have our desert bighorn sheep nursery facility that we're partnering with Skyrider Ranch, and the work is ongoing there. We are doing a lot of habitat work and predator control around the edge of that facility and in the facility. So a lot of hands on deck trying to to work with that program right now. So, and then in our non-game section and with our non-game birds, they've wrapped up surveys for yellow-billed cuckoos, and we have a lot of graduate research projects that are joint for pinion jays and ibis and pelicans. So a lot of great work going on there. I wanted to make sure that we highlighted this. Congratulations to our wildlife board that last month at our Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, the Utah Wildlife Board was recognized as the board of the year, board and or commission of the year. And that's just a testament to really the way they've handled themselves. The board has handled themselves through a lot of tough issues the last year. And we were excited to see that happen. And we were able to, I'm big on secrets. We were able to keep that a secret until the announcement. So that was great. And I have the award here today. I don't know if that'll even get a shot on YouTube, but the public will see that. And anyway, we want to present that to the board. And when everyone is here sometime, we will have a picture together, I hope. So, but great work by our wildlife board, and we're excited they were recognized. And this is just a slide of some of those at that WAFWA conference. Our agency is able to participate in that. And it really is a great meeting for a few days. It was in Oklahoma City this year. There's a lot of committees and a lot of issues that are being dealt at a landscape level with partnerships between multiple states. And so these meetings are very important to the future of what we do here. And although it is mostly work, we did find these two individuals out scootering around Oklahoma City. So we're glad that they made it home safe. And with that, if I can get this, will the video play? I assume the public will be able to see it. Okay. Just a quick video clip there of highlighting the antler auction. It's good, but we don't need to watch that again. Highlighting the antler auction that took place in April. We periodically do that. I think it had been about 5 years since our last auction, a little bit due to COVID, and we revamped how we did that with a little bit of an online process. Those are antlers and heads that come from all sources that essentially can't be donated to the public, or they're law enforcement related, or they're roadkill or whatever. And we generated about $300,000 from that antler auction this year. And those, we come up with a list of projects and use that money to aid in conservation. So it really is something that doesn't happen very often, but we get a lot of questions about it. So I thought I would highlight that today. And that is the end of my update, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. A lot of good things going, and and really appreciate that. I wanted to just highlight a little bit from the WAFWA meetings. One of the things that really stuck out to me is Utah's public process, and how great it is compared to a lot of the other states. Many of the states talked about the issues they are facing, the state agencies are facing on passing hunting regulations, when many of their wildlife commissions are appointed by governor's offices that don't believe in hunting. And so many of their wildlife commissions are anti-hunting. And so here you have a state agency presenting to a commission that does not want to approve any hunting. And it really made me think about our process and what we have. And we've heard so many say that we're leading away, but it really hit home to me that a lot of the issues other states are facing, Dax said it to me, he said our wildlife commission may disagree in a couple hundred permits here or there, but or our wildlife board, but our relationship with the DWR and working together is incredible. And it really stood out to me. A lot of the other agencies could not believe the relationship that the wildlife board had working with the DWR. And so I'm so grateful for that relationship. A lot of the states are facing technology issues and some of the things that are ongoing with that, and they stated that. But at some point, I'd like to sit down with our wildlife board and share some of those individual issues and some of the things that we learned. Any questions for the director on his update? So with that, we'll turn the time over to Gabe Patterson, agenda item number 5. As he comes up, one of the things that I'd like to bring up is in my time on the wildlife board, as wildlife numbers have decreased, we have heard more and more from the public to take an internal look at technology. And so this was something the wildlife board asked the division to look at. This committee took on some tough issues and even today face a lot of comments from a divided group. But this committee, I'm very grateful that they looked at hard issues, and this will be an update. But Gabe and Derek Ewell took that on, and very grateful. We asked a tough task, and they hit it head on. So thank you.
So yeah, I'm Gabe Patterson. I'm a sergeant in the Richfield area. So here to talk about technology and our committee that we put together. We were asked to put this committee together by the Wildlife Board, and so they wanted us to look at technologies and specifically hunting technologies. We put together a structural committee to address all the outline issues with technology based on hunting. We're also asked to not only look at the technologies of today, but to look at the technologies of tomorrow. In my 26 years of hunting, the technology has advanced. All right. Technology's advanced, I mean, a long ways more than I'd ever imagined. And as we see technology today, it's making even larger leaps and bounds, and that's bleeding into the hunting industry. And the military pushes that. It gets developed in the military and then eventually bleeds into the public for hunting or recreation. So we were asked to look at weapon success and restrictions, use of guides and scouts, the use of technologies such as rangefinders, scopes, any other issues, the committee that we deemed necessary, we looked at. We'll go over that in a little bit. So the committee, Derek Ewell and myself were the chairs. We put together a very diverse committee, 15 non-division employees. which had RAC members, board members, Sportsman Fish and Wildlife had a representative there, the Archery Association. We had a social media influencer there, had the public at large. So we had hunters that were never ran this before. Does this work? Does that move the slide? The green button. All right. All right, there we go. It's part of the screen. We had hunters both young and old that were like a lot of us in here that hunted their whole lives, and hunters that just started. We had members from the Forest Service that were there, archery, rifle, muzzleloader hunters, both on the long range and short range side of things. I felt like we had a pretty diverse group. So the status update, this is an informative update of where we are with the committee and seeking guidance and direction for the future of the committee. So we've met 5 times in the last 4 months. We've discussed various technologies, both existing and emerging. We provided the list of our ideas and recommendations to the division within the last week. The division is currently looking at those and deciding where they want to go with that. So, I mean, why hunting technologies? When you're talking about people's ethics, you know, my ethics are going to be different than a lot of your ethics, and your ethics are going to be different than the person sitting next to you. So when we define ethics, it's kind of a hard thing to define. We can find a middle ground when we're discussing ethics. And so when we're talking about the perceived ethics of harvesting wildlife, it's a tough question. And technology plays a vital role in that. So Utah has a lot of support for hunting. We want to provide a lot of hunting opportunities. We want to keep that quality so that our sporting public want to come back and have a good experience, have the opportunity to go out. And so the issue that we're facing is hunting technology funds the division, funds a lot of our efforts. Anytime you buy a weapon or anything hunting related, there's a tax on it, and the division benefits from that. So we've come up with a guiding document for the board. A few of the things that we talked about was Utah prides itself on innovation. You can see that with the division's app. Technology is not a bad thing if used correctly, and the division prides itself on using that technology. But you got to have a common sense regulation. If it doesn't make sense, that's something we need to look at. If someone's questioning that, those are the hard questions that we brought up in the committee to ask. When and how do we limit the use of hunting technologies? We do so because we want to preserve Utah's rich heritage in hunting. We want our managers to meet the objectives that they've set for their species. And then we also want to create increased opportunity for hunters. All right. So let's get into the topics that we discussed as the committee. Again, just informative here. We discussed a varied arrangement of topics. We discussed, obviously, the big 3: archery, rifle, muzzleloader. Some of the potential restrictions for archery was electronics on a bow. We talked about crossbows and where they fit in archery, if they do fit in archery. Muzzleloaders, potential restrictions on scopes, magnifying scopes. Any legal weapon, restrictions on scopes and electronics on those scopes were some of the topics that we talked about. Additionally, we had moderate to strong support from the committee on the following topics. So nanotechnology. I don't expect many people in here to understand what that is, but when it relates to hunting, it's an optic that is out right now. The military is using it, that basically uses sensors, computers to enhance the ability to see through fog and smoke and things like that. And so it's pretty crazy to think about. That's come around. Artificial intelligence glassing, another big one. It recognizes patterns in the landscape to where you can sit down and glass a hillside for some deer or elk or whatever you're after, and it'll be able to show patterns and be able to pick out those deer in a fraction of the time. And so that's coming down the loop. Military again is pushing that. Aircraft and drones, the division's already put their stance on that, but we're looking at we discussed additional regulations specifically pertaining to scouting. Rangefinders and optics. So specifically rangefinders that you can range an object or an animal, and that in return will give you a Latin long. And that Latin long you can put into your software on your mapping software on your phone or your computer, but in the field on your phone, and it specifically will tell you right where that tree or animal was. So if you're ranging something from 1,000 yards or a mile away, and you go to stalk on it, it's going to tell you where to go. And we've all been there where we sneak up on where a deer was supposed to be, but we're about 100 yards off because everything looks the same. Live feed aerial imaging, Google Earth's come a long ways. Essentially, we're looking at, you can be at home on your computer or somewhere else on the mountain monitoring a water hole or a hillside with a live feed from satellite imagery, and be able to know when an animal comes in and then decide whether you want to go after that animal. So additional technology that we could support the regulations on. These were things that were kind of middle of the road. The committee, some voted for it, some didn't. Electronic communication, two-way radios, phones. An example of that would be Montana just came out with a regulation on that, and they don't regulate the use of them. They regulate the use of them for taking wildlife. You can still use them for safety and whatnot while you're out in the field. A pro tracker, which is a barbed hook that has a sensor or a tracking device on it, that when you shoot an animal with your bow, it makes contact that animal. It has a barbed hook that allows that tracker to remain on that animal. So it was designed for quick retrieval of animals. There's also some negative sides to that could potentially be used to track animals, for later in the year too. So we were talking about that. Also similar heat seeking and bullet tracking for muzzleloader rifle. It's crazy to think about, but the military has that, and that technology is coming around. I mean, when I started, rangefinders were the first rangefinder I ever had was a little plastic piece that you manipulated a dial and you focused it in, and that told you were 45 yards away. Now rangefinder's gone. So when we're looking at heat seeking and bullet tracking for these, I mean, it's possible. It's coming down. It is here, actually. Electronic calls for big game. We talked about that. Some of the things that we discussed that we do not support a regulation on that was unanimous with the committee was rangefinders, image stabilization optics that will just help you stabilize your image, e-scouting, use of Google Earth or Onyx maps, modern clothing, camouflage, motorized travel, so ATVs, UTVs, e-bikes. Pack wheels and e-bikes are currently regulated on most forests by the Forest Service. And scent elimination technologies like ozonics that throws an ozone out and essentially confuses the animal for what's it smelling. It's smelling new ozone and it's not smelling you. So we came up with some additional ideas. Where do we go if we do come up with some restrictions or whatever, where do we go and how are they be used? One option would be restricting weapon types, maybe go to a restricted weapon on certain units or portions of the units. One side of the unit have, you can use this on this side of the unit, and the other side of the unit, you can use this. These are just ideas. Restricting weapons on certain hunt types, you got your early rifle hunt, your late rifle hunt. You get kind of like the hams hunt, how they restrict the weapon types on that is more of an idea with that. Making other adjustments to season dates and weapon types. We looked at all the harvest data from the West pertaining to deer and elk. And one thing that stood out was the time of the year that you hunt animals seems to have the biggest effect on harvest. And the weapon type that you use during that time of year would have a great impact as well. So if you're hunting deer in the rut with a rifle, you're going to have more harvest than you would if you're hunting deer in the rut with a bow, just as an example. Monitoring, assessing new technologies. Technology is going to keep going. It's not going to stop. Every year there's going to be something new coming up. We believe it's important to send a couple people, division employees maybe, to the SHOT Show and the Hunt Expos to be able to monitor those new technologies and bring them back to the division and to the board so that they can see where technologies go and see if it's something that they want to get ahead of. So the next step, sorry, I'm behind on the clicker. There we go. So the divisions reviewed our recommendations and our ideas. That's going to be forthcoming. They're going to come out and they're going to see where it lies with biological, law enforcement, and through the outreach to see if they want to recommend anything technology related to the board, and that will be forthcoming. And then those will eventually go out through the RAC process through public feedback. So nothing will be decided today. So with that, we've put our committee on hold. We're not done. We're just looking for guidance and direction of where you guys want us to go next. And so that will leave it up to the board.
Thank you, Gabe. I would really like to personally thank the committee. We asked for them to tackle some tough issues, and they did that head on. I'd like to open it up to questions. I think Bryce was the wildlife board member that was able to serve on that technology committee, and we definitely appreciate that. I think one of the keys to this will be an annual update. And when we went to WAFWA, many of the other states have an ongoing committee, and especially DWR employees that go to some of the hunt shows where technology is updated every year, and they see some of the new technology, and it's presented to the wildlife commissions every year. And I think that'll be a key that we are able to stay on top of that. I know some of the issues that the wildlife board has reeled back in the last few years would have been much easier had there not been such a delay when people spend money and use it for a long time. I can only imagine with the heat-seeking technology, if we weren't on top of that, what that might look like. So thank you for tackling that. I'd open it up to questions.
We knew it was a difficult topic. Thank you. Once again, it's going to divide us as a group of sportsmen, because what I think is appropriate or what you think is appropriate might not be the same. So just everybody keep an open mind. We're all together. We're all trying to do the best thing for wildlife and sportsmen in the state of Utah, but this is a topic where somebody's going to lose something that they think is important. And I just want everybody to realize we're all just trying to do what's best for Utah wildlife.
One of the things that I think will be key, and I'd open this up to discussion from the wildlife board, but we have many ongoing committees with the elk plan coming out, with the bear committee going to be coming out. I think that it is very prudent that this review by the DWR staff happen, and that we were able to take this through the RAC process and have the public give us their feedback, and it'll but I think it's very important that we do that as soon as possible. Wade?
Yeah, Kevin, I just want to echo what a lot of you have said. I really appreciate the committee and all the time they spent. And I really appreciate Gabe and his crew that have kind of led this. I think I think Gabe was right when he talked about we need a common sense approach. I think that's going to be key on this. There are a lot of really weird technologies out there that I think the vast majority of us can kind of agree that doesn't have a place in hunting. But I do have a concern if we step outside of that common sense space and start getting really restrictive just because that's what the government likes to do sometimes. I think the backlash could have some really negative effects, not only on hunting, but our entire process. If we go perhaps too far with this, I worry that the next board may come back and change things back a little, and then we have this seesaw effect, which oftentimes we see at the federal level every time there's a new president elected. So I appreciate the approach that's been taken just with this very common sense approach to it. I agree with Carl that this is going to need to be a yearly thing, that new technologies will continue to come out, and this is something we're going to have to look at regularly. But I think this is what we've done so far has been good. Gabe asking, kind of putting the committee on hold and saying, all right, where do we go from here? I don't know how to say this. I guess my fear is this: when we ask too much of these committees, I almost feel like we are almost asking them for the decision. And that worries me a little bit when we have these committees just go on and on and on, and they fine tune this down to a very well, concisely worded document. It almost takes away a little bit of the public's input. I think it takes a little away from the RAC and the board process because we're all too scared to change the committee's recommendation. I actually feel like what the committee's done is perfect. They've outlined some areas, they've categorized them, and now I think it's very appropriate that we get public input, that we get RAC and board input. I guess my fear is I worry that if we move much farther with the committee, I don't want to waste their time. And I don't want, obviously it's the role of the board to make the decision, and I don't think it's appropriate for us to authorize and give authority to the committee to basically make the decision. So I think what we have from the committee right now is excellent. And I think maybe we go out and solicit input from other groups as well.
Thanks, Wade. Any other comments?
Yeah, I have just one. We're in the final stages of doing the elk plan for this year, the management plan. Is there any possibility of at least having some sideboards or recommendations from the division so it'll help us in some of the decisions we're trying to make as an elk committee?
Well, I think the key to that would be that it goes through the public process and so I think the division in their review, they would complete that review, have what they would recommend to go to the public process and have that done before or at the even if it was done at the same meeting, but a prior agenda, it would at least give tools to do that. Any other questions from the board? Oh, questions from the rack chairs? Okay. Really appreciate that. I know you've tackled a lot of things. And so thank you. So that kind of is it sounds like even with Wade's comments, I agree, Wade, that that it's probably in a great place to be able to go out to the public, that it's not so refined that we can't get public input. Do we need to make that as a motion to have that ready as soon as possible, or what do you feel, Director?
No, I don't think there needs to be a motion in this case. I mean, this is an informational item, and I just think that the division will evaluate and come with some type of proposal once we've done some homework on this.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. And Phil, have the division have the ability to make their recommendation after hearing all the input, but to be able to take this through the public process as soon as we can, I think would be great. We've been requested to take a 5-minute break so they can get that screen all the way functioning. So with that, and those of you online, will take a 5-minute break.
Salt Lake, are you able to copy us okay?
Solid copies, you're live.
All right, welcome back. Appreciate those online staying with us. Now we're going to go to agenda item number 6, lands rule amendments. Appreciate Chelsea bringing that forward. I would ask you, Chelsea, if there's anything through the process that you would like to kind of update us on as you have taken that through.
Definitely. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I'd love to just take a few minutes and do a little recap of the presentation as a whole, and then some of the wonderful RAC discussion that we've had over the last month. So just to recap, I'm Chelsea Duke. I'm the Wildlife Lands Coordinator out of the Salt Lake office. And the proposed changes we're bringing forth today are for the use of division lands, which is Administrative Rule R657-28. And the overarching goal of this proposed change was to restructure and update this administrative rule. It's been about 14 years since this one saw any sort of rewrite, so we were due for some cleanup. We had some really excellent discussions in the RAC meetings, and I think overall it was really positive. Some things I wanted to touch on today was the structure changes. Really, you'll see a lot of red line in that document, but really it was a lot of removing and clarifying and making sure that it was as easy to digest as possible. We also spent a lot of time at the RACs talking about e-bikes and how we had incorporated e-bikes into our definition of motorized vehicles and not allowing e-bikes to leave designated trails and roads on WMAs. That is now coming into line with the waterfowl rule, which came through the board about a year ago. And so that's one of the reasons why we did that. We also had some good discussion in the RACs about guiding and outfitters. That was also a decision that came through the board to require special use permits for waterfowl guiders and hunters. And so in rewriting that section for special use permits, we didn't add that to the examples of uses of special use permits. And so that was pointed out in the RACs, and I thought that was a good addition to make sure that that's clarified within the special use permits section. And then I'll just end with that this can be a hard rule because we're dealing with all division lands, and so there's not a one size fits all blanket approach to all of our WMAs, and so we're continuing to allow that flexibility and that room for our regional staff to manage each property individually. So that's through the use of signs on each WMA, and then also through the habitat management plan process, and those come through the RAC process as well. So thank you all.
Thank you, Chelsea. Questions from the board?
The present rule with e-bikes reads how? I mean, I know that that got a lot of airtime in the racks, but there's the class 1, 2, and 3, and there's the throttle bikes and the just pedal assist ones, and those are class 1, I believe. And the class ones are okay on division lands. At least I know it was WMAs or the waterfowl ones were the ones they were worried about at first, but now it goes across to all of them. That's how it's still presented, true?
That is correct. So
Okay.
we updated the motorized vehicles definition within this rule. So now I'll just read that to you. Motorized vehicles means a vehicle capable of self-propelling, including but not limited to cars, trucks, motorhomes, off-highway vehicles, OHV, and class 2 and 3 electric bicycles.
Thank you.
I guess I do have a question. Chelsea, how did you feel about some of the RACs had some proposals about allowing guides and outfitters certain definitions or or in this role? How do you guys respond to that for us?
So that's not something historically that we've ever, implemented as far as the special use permit process goes. I think it would take a little bit of finagling, if you will, to figure out how to go about that process. I know that guiding and outfitting in Utah is very popular, so that might be a little bit of a cumbersome process. So I think I would be in support of either adding waterfowl guiding and permitting if we want to stick with this current requirements, or just taking off the waterfowl portion and just saying all guides and outfitters are required to obtain a special use permit, just depending on what the board is, how far you're wanting to go with that. We would make it work.
Chelsea, can you add what the demand or need would be for like the big game WMAs? How much use or request there would be on those areas for guiding?
I don't know off the top of my head what that overall use is. I think that just like with the waterfowls, we anticipated a lot more use than we got, and we only issued a handful of special use permits. So I think it would take a couple of years to find that happy medium of who's obtaining special use permits and how much use we're getting out of it.
I guess I'd ask the director, and maybe you would ask your staff, but to address that, what if there's a need or your thoughts on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I can handle addressing this, at least from where we have been and where we currently are. It is something on especially you bring up our WMAs and take a big game on those WMAs, and then you have fishing through some of those WMAs that are also guided. I just think it's a big issue that is going to take us a little bit of time to wrap our heads around, and the restrictions that might be associated with that, how we would implement such a program, enforcement of special use permits, who needs to have one, and how that transaction would take place. So for sure there's take of wildlife on our WMAs that I'm sure there's guides that are out there using those lands as well. A lot of our WMAs obviously are winter range and for big game and aren't necessarily targeted during the hunts, but there's quite a few that are. And depending on the year, there's a lot of people accessing and hunting those. Some of those are on our general season units, so there's not as big of push there, but it is something that could be evaluated and looked through.
I guess there's a couple options. One, we could have it on an action log and let the division look to bring it back to us to see if there's a need, or we could just take no action at this time. And I guess I would look to you at what would be recommended.
Yeah, I think it would be appropriate to put it on the action log and have us look at it and see if there's something that we should be doing there that we're currently not.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Questions from RAC chairs? All right, I'll turn it over to the director for a summary of the electronic public comment.
I didn't think I was going to need that mic as much. We're passing it back and forth a lot. Okay, on agenda item number 6 on the land use rule amendments, and I did give a copy of my summary to the board here so they can follow along. We had eight comments. 2 of those comments strongly agreed with the division's proposal. 1 strongly disagreed, and there were 5 neutral responses. So not a lot of comments on this item. The one individual that strongly disagreed did make the comment that they would contact his representative. We don't know what he did not support as far as the recommendation. And there was another comment that dealt with stream access, which really isn't part of this proposal as well. And then 1 comment was in support of the proposal and agreed that we should the e-bike should be restricted to motorized roads and trails with the throttle and restricted from non-motorized trails. So that's the update there.
All right, I'd like our rack chairs to report on motions. Braden, let's start with you.
So in the Southern Rack, we had a motion to pass as presented and it passed unanimous.
Thank you. Kent?
Southeast Rack, a motion was made to pass as division presented and that passed unanimously.
Thanks. Brett?
On the Northeast Rack, there was a motion to accept the division recommendations as presented with the addition of adding the outfitter and guides to the special use examples in the text, and that passed unanimously.
Thanks. Jason? Thank you. Justin?
In the Northern Rack, there's a motion to accept it as presented, and that passed 11-1. That one vote opposition was from our state representative Snyder, who wanted to see more priority put on towards wildlife on our WMAs, has concern about the use on WMAs, non-hunting things that take place, and wanted to see more priority on these WMAs, make sure they're protected for.
I'd like to add to that. One of the things that we have seen as we go and attend the Western Association of Wildlife Managers, many other states have put a fee on their wildlife management areas that non-consumptive users help pay for that. Some states have them pay by a hunting license, and some of those states got a lot of pushback that they didn't want to buy a hunting license, so they basically named it something else. But one way or the other, they were helping to pay for the use on those management areas. And I think that if we run an action log item on the guides and outfitters, it'd be very appropriate to ask the division to run a action log item on some type of a fee and what that would look like. I know that it would probably take legislative help, but to look at what that would look like to have non-consumptive users help pay for the cost of those lands, maintenance, and so I think that would be something appropriate. Anything else from rack chairs? All right, we're going to open it up to comments from the audience. I would ask that you fill out a comment card. Again, we'll have 3 minutes. Have you turn that in, and you'll come up to this microphone where Mike is. State your name and who you represent. With that, we'll go to comments from the audience. Nothing. All right, no comments. All right. So I think that our each of our regions, it was very, very straightforward. I believe that we had 3 that were passed as presented, and we had the other racks had a request to look at the guides and outfitters, and also we had one abstention that was worried about the use of non-consumptive users on WMAs. Does that summarize the rack? Perfect. I'll open it up to board discussion.
I think I can accept or go along with having the special use permit for guides and outfitters be added to the action item log, and any users, I guess, for those properties. And so I guess I'll make the motion that we have the division add to the action item list to ask the division to look into adding guides and outfitters to the special use permit in both the WMAs and or both the wetlands or the waterfowl hunting areas and all division properties, I guess.
And add the public use also to a possible permit for, or fee to help take care of those lands that the public use.
Second.
Motion on the table. Any discussion on that motion or questions?
Evan, this is Wade. Just a comment. I have a couple of philosophical concerns with this, so forgive me, but I think it is probably appropriate and consistent that we have the discussion about guides and outfitters with regard to special use permits. I view these as public lands. I mean, these were purchased with public dollars. And so I guess philosophically, my concern is that we don't go overboard restricting the public on their lands. When we start talking about fees and different things, I get that there are nuanced differences between this and BLM and Forest Service lands, but fundamentally they are public lands. And so I struggle with the concept of starting to charge people to use their own lands. So I guess that's my concern. I'm probably okay with a piece of that, but I do have concerns on the other half.
So Wade, I got a question for you. So those lands are primarily funded by hunters now to use those when they buy the hunting dollars. Many other users don't pay a fee to use those lands, and they use them, even though those lands were not purchased from general dollars. They were purchased from hunting dollars. So I guess my question to you is, are you opposed to those other users helping to pay for that?
I guess, I mean, yes, from a high level standpoint, I get the fairness of it. And I get that everybody needs to, pay their piece of it. I have some serious issues with making lands like that. I guess I have serious issues with government purchasing lands that used to be private. And I'm not against public lands, but I do hate when the government starts buying up additional lands with taxpayer dollars. I mean, the argument could be made that the license fees are taxpayer dollars. It's a user-based fee, and I know those are different, but I have some issues there. I get there needs to be some equity and everybody needs to pay their fair share. But again, whether it was purchased by hunters, which is the public, or used by non-hunters, which is the public, I have a little bit of a hard time drawing a line between that. And I guess my issue is we've got to consider that this isn't hunters. This isn't a hunting club that was purchased by hunters and needs to be used by hunters. This is state lands. This is public land that can be used by all members of the public. And so any restrictions or fees that we put on it are going to apply to everyone. And so that's my concern. And I get that I'm getting in the weeds and I'm making too much of this, but it's a fundamental concern.
Thank you. Any other? Yep.
Just kind of go a little against what Wade said. I do appreciate that they used, the so-called government, the division, the state has bought, especially like Cinnamon Creek lately. I really appreciate that they bought private land and it's going to be public now. There's a lot of people that are going to enjoy that, so I do appreciate that. And, I don't have a problem that we look into it. We're not making any decisions today. We're just looking into it. So, and the part that we're looking at the outfitters, on WMA, I think it's just kind of got to be fair that we can't just target the waterfowl guys, So again, I don't mind looking into that. I'm not saying one way is right or one way is wrong, but it's just got to be fair on both sides. So that's why I seconded, the motion that, we look into it, come back, have a discussion then, make a decision then. So.
Thank you. And any other discussion from the board?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
I just wondered, to to get the non-consumptive users, how would they do that? I mean, how do they get funding from them? That seems like.
So some of the other states, they request that they, sounds like there's some feedback. Okay. They either, if they're going to use those lands, they ask them to purchase a hunting license, just like those that are hunting on there have access to it. Or they also create like a conservation fee. In some instances where people are so opposed by a hunting license that they can buy basically the same thing for the same price, but it's just called a conservation fee to access those lands. But they too, then when they're using those lands, that they are helping for the maintenance and upkeep of those. And I just brought that up because many of the other states are doing that.
That just seems like a hard thing to police. I mean, who's going to check your license when you go for a horse ride up there or a walk? I just don't understand how they police that.
I'm comfortable with it being an action item that the division's going to look into. This is a good example of one of those places. And I've seen people streaming in and out of here the whole time we've been here having meetings, and I mean, I completely get it, but I think it's something that could be looked at.
All right, with that, we have a motion on the table. I'll call for a vote. Let's do it individual. We'll start with Bryce.
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
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 Gary? Brett?
Yes.
Wade?
Yes.
All right, motion passes unanimous. All right, we'll open it.
Can I get just one clarification? Now, class 1, 2, and 3, my bike, I can be any of them. So my bike under the current rule would not qualify because I could be a class 2. Is that correct?
If it's capable of being class 2 or 3, that counts as an e-bike under the definition.
The only ones we're really approving are the ones that can only be class 1.
Correct.
Yeah, I really have mixed feelings on that one. And mainly my mixed feelings are, it hasn't been that long ago when we passed and I supported it. The rule on waterfowl that only allow class 1 there. And so, but now I'm thinking, I don't know, maybe a class 2 or class 3 is okay there because pedal bikes are okay there. And you can still have a lot of those out in the landscape. So I'm actually struggling with this one. I have mixed feelings on this one.
And I'm actually the other way. I was on my e-bike up in the Timpanogos on the roads. I was the only one pedaling. Everybody else was just running the accelerator. And so I'm actually the other way of no bikes at all, and that this is the compromise class 1, that they're just becoming electronic motorbikes. So.
I've got a question to that, and maybe Carl, you can address it, but also to the division. Do we see that those class 2 and 3 bikes are really getting into the areas where we have wildlife a lot more accessible and having an issue with disturbance of wildlife?
We do see a lot of recreational users, specifically in the northern region and the central region. We have a couple of WMAs that are heavily used by mountain bikers or electronic bike users. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
I'm not a heavy rider, but I do ride both a pedal bike, just my regular mountain bike, and my e-bike. There is a difference. I can go more places with my pedal bike than I can go with my e-bike. E-bike is tremendously less efficient. It's tremendously more heavy. So, I mean, theoretically, the e-bike should help you get into further, but realistically, it doesn't. I can go, my mountain bike is so much lighter, so much more efficient. But it's once again, we had a talk on technology. The power on these things is just getting just like a motorcycle. I mean, some of them are no longer class 3, which theoretically is supposed to have a 28-mile-an-hour restriction. They're 50, 60 miles an hour. And so we've got to get ahead of it.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just wanted to comment on this too, and I appreciate Carl's comments and Randy's. I guess my concern is, do we have a problem? And I appreciate Chelsea, kind of referencing that. Are we trying to fix a problem that's not a problem? I appreciate what Carl's saying, and I agree with him. E-bikes, the idea is we're going to limit them so they can't get farther back in the middle of, in the areas more inaccessible. But I agree with him. I don't think that actually is the reality. I think all we're doing is catering to the more physically able people. And are we, is this, I hate enacting restrictions that really don't accomplish anything. Other than just it's the government enacting more restrictions. So I just, again, have a little bit of concern there. I like the consistency that Randy's bringing up. I think we do need to be consistent across all of these, whether it's waterfowl or just our regular WMAs. But I don't know where to land on this one either.
Mr. Chair, could I ask Jason Vernon to speak to some of the specific problems that we're seeing, particularly in the central region?
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Jason Vernon. I'm the regional supervisor in the central region. And Carl mentioned one of our highest use WMAs, the Timpanogos WMA. It's used by a lot of different recreational users, hiking, walking, jogging, biking in the last 10 years has really increased on that WMA. And we do see quite a bit of access up higher up on the WMA. And some of that access is starting to be from e-bikes. And we're seeing a lot more users as well. So we're seeing higher access on the WMA, increased use on the WMA. And some of the power on those e-bikes, like Carl mentioned, they're pretty powerful. So we're starting to see some additional erosion on some of those WMAs where they, I don't know how to say it differently, peel out or just, berm around corners and different things like that. So they are a concern to us on that WMA specifically, but we do start seeing them on our other WMAs. We have Santaquin WMA where we're starting to see increased use of e-bikes there, even down in our some of our Sanpete County WMAs. Biking and e-biking is becoming very popular. So we'd like to try to get ahead of it. And, that's why some of the things that Chelsea's presented in this land use rule is to try to make sure that these properties that are primarily purchased for wildlife habitat, we can continue to protect those and make sure that the wildlife aren't disturbed at certain times of the year and those trails aren't destroying the habitat as well.
Jason, thank you. I think it's, a great conversation. And I think part of our discussion today is not only did we make a decision 6 or 8 months ago on e-bike use on waterfowl management areas, but we also got to realize where technology is going. Where will the e-bike be in 5 or 10 years before we address this in the lands rule, and what effect will those have on those management areas in the future? So I appreciate you talking about what you're seeing on the ground today.
Just one more clarification. Now, I think there are WMAs that are probably going to get a lot, and probably it shouldn't at certain times of the year have any bikes. Does this give you the leeway to post those and protect? I mean, it is public land, but I don't see it as multiple use land. This is for wildlife. And so I think there are certain times of the year or that we may not want any of them. Does this give you guys the leeway?
Yes, that's a great question. And to clarify, we have continued and we didn't touch this section of the lands use rule where each individual region can, one, put it into their habitat management plan to say no e-bikes or bikes at all during certain times of years, during the closure periods, et cetera. And then we also have another section of the lands use rule that says that you cannot use or occupy land if it's posted against such use. So what that means is if there's a sign saying no e-bikes, that is just as enforceable as the no motorized vehicles off of the roads.
Wyatt, can I have you come up and address law enforcement and what you're seeing with e-bikes as far as motorized use?
Yeah, for sure. So I'm not a mountain biker. I'm not an e-biker. I can only speak to both my personal experience and enforcement roles. But as far as what Carl presented, whether they can access steeper country or deeper country, I don't know which is the case because I don't ride them. But what I can speak to is that I don't know that I've ever personally seen a hunter in a mountain terrain on a mountain bike. I've always seen them on e-bikes. So whether they're capable or not, it seems that the use is heavily geared towards the e-bike side. One of the other things we've been getting asked in specific to this is in the allowance or not restricting class 2 and class 3 is that those bikes are both self-propelled and electric, and trying to draw the line between a self-propelled e-bike versus a self-propelled electric motorcycle or electric scooter has been a question that's been brought up to us, and how to draw those lines where they're both electric, they're both self-propelled. This would certainly clarify and help on the enforcement side with those aspects of things.
That's helpful, Wyatt. Thank you.
Chelsea, I'm not familiar with e-bikes as much as I probably should be, but I do know they do have bikes out there that are pedalless. Is some of those class 3? I mean, they're electric bike with no pedals. Is that a class 3 bike? It's got a throttle, it's got a electric motor.
So you're saying it would be an electric bike with a throttle without pedaling? Is that what you mean?
Yes. Is that considered a class 3 bike?
I can read you the
Carl, do you
class
know?
3 definition.
I think it's just a motorcycle.
You think, okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
so it would be considered,
Class 1, 2, or 3 has to have a pedal. And so I think those
Okay.
are just motorcycles.
okay.
I would agree with that. I'm looking at the definitions for class 1, 2, and 3, and all have some sort of pedal assist electric bicycle. So I believe that in order to be classified as a bicycle, it would have to have some sort of pedaling maneuver. Otherwise, it would be just motorcycle.
As far as I could tell from all 5 racks, there wasn't one negative feedback on this. And nobody opposed it. So, I mean, that kind of, to me, speaks something that everybody's kind of supportive of this. So.
Well, when we decided on waterfowl management areas, I'll readily admit I didn't know much about e-bikes, but I think we got it right. And this recommendation mirrors that for the rest of the WMAs. So I'll make the recommendation that we pass as presented. The e-bike section of this.
Okay, just for the e-bikes.
Well, I think we handled the outfitter.
Yeah.
And that already.
So do you in your motion want to do it for the rest of the?
I'm comfortable doing the rest.
Okay. So we have a motion on the table for the remainder of the lands rule. Any questions on the motion? Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Who was that? All right, a second by Wade Heaton. All right, we'll do this individually. Bryce?
Yes.
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 Wade?
Yes.
Brett?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you, Chelsea. All right, with that, we will go to agenda item number 7, proposed fee schedule. Kenny Johnson. Kenny, I'd ask if you have anything that you would like to present from the Iraq tour or any refresher for the board. That would
Okay.
be great.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that opportunity. I'm Kenny Johnson, the Admin Services Chief based in headquarters in Salt Lake City. And yeah, through the process, I think Mike's going to put up a slide for us. Before, maybe while he's doing that, just a couple of thoughts about fees. Obviously, it's not super popular everywhere. I was not even loved at my own family reunion last weekend on some of these discussions. And so it's, we get it. It's not the funnest thing ever, but it's important to note a couple of things. So we've identified some needs and we're looking at the trends in costs. And it's important that we are able to have these discussions and figure out a way to cover our needs on the ground. And I just wanted to mention a couple of things that I failed to in my presentation, and the RACs have all heard these, but a couple of things that are important to note. We are audited a lot. We go through a lot of various explanations of funding and use on the ground. And a couple of years ago, partially from one of those reviews, we looked at our non-residents for a fairly significant increase a couple of years ago, and it began in 2020 was actually implemented. And I thought that was a little more common knowledge out there, and we bumped fees pretty significantly for non-residents at that time. And I think in my presentation, I may have skipped over that a little bit, and so I think it's fair to mention that if we don't see a lot of really high increases to non-residents this time around, it's because we did just come off the heels of an increase for them just a year or so ago. They've only really been paying the fees for about a year and a half. So, and I think it's important to know that. And then as we went through the RACs and kind of had these discussions around the regions, which was great. I haven't been out on a RAC tour in a long time, and so it was good to be back out in person and kind of having these discussions face to face and talking about things. We heard lots of ideas. We liked some of them. Others we maybe couldn't consider right at the moment, but I just wanted to bring this slide up. This was maybe the main takeaways for some of the things that we talked about out there. Cougar spot and stock, we would like to update our proposal to just have that be a $20 fee. Instead of 30 like we were asking for, and then to keep harvest objective and limited entry at the current rate, at that $58 rate, and not increase that one at this time. And then we heard a thought to maybe standardize some of our antlerless permits. There were a couple of sort of random looking fees on the schedule at different prices, $30, $33, $35. And the idea was to maybe streamline that and standardize it at a flat rate. And so doing some of the math, we feel like 35 would accomplish that for a lot of our antlerless deer and specifically pronghorn and deer opportunities. And so we wanted to bring that one up. And then we heard a few ideas about maybe matching non-resident opportunity for non-residents who come here for their youth. Which we support. We need to get all youth engaged, and if we can get them excited about hunting in Utah, great. One of the things that we did like, we looked at the numbers on the elk idea for that, and that one makes a lot of sense because the impact is a lot less to our resident youth. And so we would like to propose that we pick that up and have non-resident general season elk be the same price as resident elk, if that helps. And I'll just address deer. We liked it for deer on the surface, but again, deer is a little more complicated just with kind of supply and demand and the way the allocations work through the draw. The impact on deer could be a little bit of lost opportunity for our resident youth if we lower it to the point where there's a lot more non-residents enticed and they eat up that quota in the draw, then those permits that are converting to resident youth permits now would go away. And so some of our resident youth could miss out on some opportunity there. So while we like the concept, I think we really support it for elk at this time. And those are the biggies I had, Mr. Chair, through the process.
Kenny, I'm really appreciative to see the division here, the racks, and actually come up with some proposals from there, because I think that's the whole process with this public process is to give the public a voice, and seeing that the division heard that, brought it back, had staff meet together, see what of those they would be willing to be able to do. Maybe some of those were a great idea, but as you get into it a little further, maybe have some implications on the other side. So I'm very appreciative that you had those discussions. One question I have for you that we seen through the rack process that's not here was the combination license on the non-resident price to match that of the resident. Can you address why maybe that's not here?
Yes. So I think that was a proposal at the central rack for sure. And then it maybe came up.
The southern as well.
Southern as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, my memory's kind of taxed, but maybe. Okay.
I think it was in with Austin's, no?
So it was discussed, and so really, sorry. So really, the thoughts on that is, Utah in our model, we don't depend on resident or non-residents as much for participation. We've got a high population of hunters right here in our state, and so you look at the West, and some of those balances are different. They depend on non-residents a lot more to come in and support what they have going on. And so we feel like we've found a pretty good balance with what we're at now with having the hunting license requirement for applying to hunt a big game animal. And so we feel like we've found a pretty good balance, and we feel like the schedule that's in place now has been successful and is successful. And we just didn't want to kind of go too high on that upper end and maybe chase some of those people away who probably overall don't have as much opportunity as our residents do. And that's kind of why that one maybe wasn't as wholeheartedly supported.
One more question. So now, is this in your proposal that if we adopted the division's proposal that these would be included, or we would have to pick these up specifically?
No, I would say we just have these be in the proposal. I think we're okay with that. We looked at the numbers and we think those are good ideas. So I would say as presented, we just include those figures. Perfect. And then we'll make it work on the back end.
Okay. Questions from the board?
Yeah, Kenny, I got just a question on dedicated hunter hours and the doubling of the cost of that. I think it went from 20 to 40. We've heard quite a bit of input, I guess, about that. And I think that the concern that I've mainly heard is are the projects going to be available to allow them to do those hours? Can you just kind of address that for me?
Great question, Randy. I think, yeah, that one did cause a little bit of sticker shock in the world and kind of as anticipated. We definitely wanted the $40 to provide some disincentive. It maybe got a little too easy to just buy all hours and a little too convenient to do it online and procrastinate and wait last minute. So that's kind of where we settled on the 40. And as far as the projects go, I think we definitely can work with, Brian and his staff and make sure that the onus is on us to make sure we're doing good, meaningful work on the ground and organizing and coordinating those. I think we lost maybe a little momentum through the downtime of the pandemic and stuff. And so maybe a little bit of turbulence in the recent past, but absolutely, I think we can meet those challenges and provide enough meaningful work to get that program back to what we intended it to be, which was having people shoulder to shoulder helping with conservation and wildlife, specifically for deer and well, the other species that benefit as well. So I think we can meet those needs.
Yeah, thank you. Because I think, the whole idea there is to be a dedicated person and get out and support the division in our wildlife conservation, however they can, not to add more money to the coffers. And so we need to, if we do this, I think we need to make sure the projects are available and not try to get them to get out of that program. So.
Questions from the board? Questions from RAC chairs?
I have a question. If it's, and actually, if I could back up real quick and clarify on the Southern RAC on that discussion on the non-resident combination.
Yeah.
We did have a discussion. We just didn't have any motions. So just
Thanks
wanted
for
to
that.
clarify that. The question I have is, we did have the motion on the non-resident general season elk and deer. And your explanation of that, I appreciate you looking at that. Really appreciate you putting the elk on there. I'm not sure I'm following the deer. So non-residents are, if I understand it correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, non-residents can only get 10% of permits. And then on the resident pool, youth are allocated a percentage of the resident pool. So I don't understand how more non-resident youth would affect resident youth. I think those allocations are done separately and individually.
Yeah, the way I understand it, Braden, is the allocation isn't being met for non-resident youth right now. We're only issuing 3 or 350 and potentially could be issuing up to 1,500. So it's about 1,200 more. Those permits, anything unused there go back to resident youth. So we're not maxing out that percentage right now. And I feel like if we went to match that on the low end, we probably would fill up that quota, and that 1,200-ish permits for youth would go to
Okay,
non-residents.
So we wouldn't be taking from the current resident quota. What we would be doing is we may not be able to give them more that's coming from the non-resident quota.
Correct.
Okay.
That's a good way to say it. Right, Lindy?
And part of that explanation is that you would be taking from resident youth because they're using those now.
They get whatever's left over from the non-resident quota, correct? Yep.
Good question. Any others, Braden? Any other questions from RAC chairs, Justin?
Back to the dedicated hunter. Of all the participants in the dedicated hunter program, do we have information on how many just purchase all their hours and how many go out and do the projects?
We do, and it's rusty in my brain, but I can kind of get us through it. So before we made the change to allow purchase of all hours, it was obviously a lot lower number. When we made that change, and the years left my brain, but it was several years ago when we kind of took the lid off that and said, go ahead and buy your hours. It's almost half now. It's almost 50% of our dedicated hunters are buying hours. So on the surface, it just looks like it got a little too convenient and maybe too easy to just divvy that fee up into 3 years and say, well, it's going to cost me, whatever the math is, $240 a year to be a dedicated hunter. And it seemed like it was worth it. So I think that's probably about half of our current participants right now.
Yeah, maybe it's a comment along with that. I was not a fan of the $20, or to watch the increase until a few people in Iraq mentioned about being out on a project and someone was sweating more than they wanted to and says, I'm not doing this again, I'll pay the money. But I guess, and you're probably not the one to ask the question, but on the dedicated hunter program, I would ask if there's something we could really look at what's defined as dedicated hunter hours. I know I've been a part of helping with the sportsmen's groups do some things in 100-degree weather, multiple nights. I have a good friend that just went in and had to pay his money that probably does more for wildlife than anyone I know. And yet, because what was classified as dedicated hunter hours or what technically needed to meet that, it didn't meet, yet he's building pheasant pens and doing all these projects. And it's not being defined as a dedicated hunter project. I would hope that all these people that volunteer for all these sportsman groups are out doing a lot of things, and yet we're not counting that as hours. And I'd like to see our dedicated hunter program look at defining these projects, because I think there's a lot of people that aren't getting credit for the work they've been doing.
That's a fair point. I think I can't speak for the program, and Brian and his team, but I think it's something they're willing to look at. And if we just can coordinate and have those conversations, I think we can definitely make sure we feel like we're all on the same page with that.
Thank you.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes, Braden.
You did address this. You said that you did want to go ahead and have that price increase on the harvest objective and limited entry cougar hunts. What's the reason for not being able to lower that when you looked at that?
I think just because we've kind of gotten to that with all the different decisions that have been made, I think related to those programs over time. And so just assuming that we should go ahead and bump it probably didn't make as much sense as we touched on all of the fees. And so I think the message that resonated with us is, well, then let's just keep it the same. And then, maybe longer in some of the strategies and hunt, systems, we can have those conversations in the future. But it just didn't make a ton of sense to put everybody out by asking for a few more bucks on those this time around.
All right. With that, we'll ask the director for a summary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On agenda item number 7, the proposed fee schedule, we did have 30 comments, which is quite a few for the proposals that have come through in the last year. And just summarizing those, we had 12 comments that strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's proposal, 17 that strongly or somewhat disagreed, and 1 comment that was neutral. Some of the major themes with those comments were raising fees right now and that costs are too high already, and it should be done over a multiple year process rather than all at once. Several comments addressed that current inflation is already hard on people and this is the worst time to raise fees. And several comments recommended shifting fee increases to non-residents instead of residents. There were several comments that DWR should look for ways to reduce programs, cut budgets, or limit staff before raising fees. There were a couple comments on the increase to swan and crane permits, feeling that it was too dramatic. Increases to the dedicated hunter program that felt like doubling that fee was too much. And there were fees associated or comments associated with seniors that those fees should remain at current levels, just like we did do with youth and veterans. And then there were also several comments that generally understood the fee increase and what was needed right now and were supportive of that.
Thanks, Director. With that, we will go to RAC Chair motions. We'll start with Braden.
Thanks. We had 3 motions and some of them have been addressed or partially addressed in these updates. But the first motion we had was create a non-resident youth general season elk and a deer permit fee that matches the resident deer and elk prices, and that passed unanimously. If I might just clarify or maybe add to that a little bit, and I don't want to make this personal, but I'll share just my personal experience. Utah, we had a lot of discussion that Utah is not as friendly to non-residents as a lot of other states around us. And this year in my family, we didn't draw any tags in Utah, but I will take my kids hunting in 2 other states that are very proactively with non-resident youth. And so I think there's some real value in that. The second motion, keep cost of cougar spot and stock permits at $30 and do not increase the cougar pursuit, keeping it at $30. That passed 7-2. And then reinstate 1-day fishing licenses for a $5 fee. That passed 6-3. And then pass the rest as presented, and that passed unanimous.
Thank you. Kent?
In the Southeast region, we had 2 motions. We had a couple of motions that failed because of the lack of a second, but through the discussion, that was actually addressed in the revised proposals from the division, and that was to decrease the spot and stock cougar permit fee. And we had a motion to reduce non-resident youth permits to be the same as resident permits for youth, and that passed 7-1. And we had a second motion to pass the remainder of the fee proposals as presented, and that passed unanimous.
Thank you. Brett?
Thank you. In the Northeast region, we had quite a bit of discussion about the dedicated hunter fee, and we had some individuals present that expressed at least their experience that it was difficult to get their hours, to get adequate projects with the skills they had. And so we ended up with two motions. One was to allow the dedicated hunters to buy out the first 16 hours at $30 a permit, and then buy the remaining hours at $40. So if someone didn't quite get their hours in, they wouldn't be penalized at the full rate, but if they made an effort. And that passed 6-1. And then the remainder of the proposal was there was a motion to accept it as presented, and that passed 6-1 also.
Thank you. Jason?
All right, in the central region, there was 4 motions made. There was quite a bit of discussion as in other regions about dedicated hunter fees, as well as the multi-season elk permit price increase. And you'll see those in these motions. So first, the recommendation was made to recommend the increase for the dedicated hunter fee to increase from 20 to 25 rather than the 40 per hour purchased, and increase the non-resident hunting license from 72 to 120 and match the non-resident combo license to the same ratio as that hunting license. And that passed unanimously. The second motion was to reduce the resident multi-season elk permit cost to 3 times the proposed single season rate to 168. That motion failed 3-6. There's a motion to approve the balance of the proposal as presented, and that motion passed unanimously. And then a final motion was made, a recommendation to the division that there is more consistency among the tag fees, crane and swan and antlerless animals, and that passed unanimously. And I think that was addressed by the recommendations that you saw earlier from Kenny.
Thank you. Justin?
We kept things a lot more simple up north. We had a motion to accept as presented, and that passed 10-2. The 2 that voted in opposition felt with the current state of the economy and what was going on, they felt like the timing was wrong to be asking people to spend more out of their pockets right now when they're trying to feed their families.
Perfect. Thank you. And really appreciate the racks and the input that we have. I hope that the rack chairs, you will take back the proposal by Kenny that the division did hear the racks, and many of their voices was heard in the proposal that will come forth for a vote. I'm very appreciative to the division for that. So thanks to the racks, and tell your rack members we're appreciative of all that they do. With that, we will go to comments from the audience. At this time, we just have one comment card. If anyone else would like to comment, please give a comment card. We have Kevin Norman.
Kevin Norman, representing SFW. Glad you got my text, Mr. Chair, about wearing a purple shirt. It's good. Looks good. SFW supports the division on this. We know nobody wants to pay more money, but it's obviously necessary. I don't know anyone that's getting rich at the division besides maybe Jay and his $2 million home. But the one thing we would like to propose, and it's neat going around to these racks. We go to pretty much every single one and watching the good ideas that come forth, and the system really does work, as Kevin has indicated. The one thing that was staggering to me was brought up at the Southern rack was the spot and stock lion tags. They only sold 1,100 of those last year. And since then, I've asked Kenny how many combination and hunting license holders we had this last year, and it's around 140,000. I think, with all these increases, we're kind of missing the boat. There's got to be a sweet spot on this spot and stock lion tag, and I think the division's done a good job. But I think we could take that a step further. I think if we took that to $10 and with a little marketing, pop up when you check out buying your combination license. I don't know who wouldn't buy one. It's just another opportunity. For me, it's hard for me to check out and get, the 4 license holders I'm buying and spending another $120. But if I can put one in all the kids' pockets for $10, the odds of them ever killing a lion's not very good at all. But that opportunity's there, the excitement's there. It may get some kids out more. And I think $10 would be the sweet spot on those spot and stock lion tags. And I think it would be another good revenue stream that'd really shoot it up there. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Kevin. With that, that's all the comment cards that I have. I'll open it up for board discussion.
Kenny, can you address the 1-day fishing license? I think now our minimum is a three day. Can you just kind of address that question?
Yeah, that one did give me a small heart attack in Southern. We settled for several years ago in 2014. We brought the 3-day out, trying to give that full weekend at the current rate. I think it's $18 for that one. Going back to a 1-day at $5, you either make the revenue up in margins or you make it up in volume. And to go back to a 1-day, we would need to keep it at almost $18, and then whatever the differential is on new people we think it might attract. And we've kind of seen that number stabilize. We lost a few when we went to the 3-day, and then within a year or two, they were all pretty much back, and it had adjusted to it. And so that one just makes us nervous because the hit is, it looks like potentially a $250,000 on that model as it was discussed down in Southern region. So I think we've settled that 3-day is a good value for people that want to come in and work on or fish on the weekends. And then our structure has always been kind of trying to lead people to that next better value, right? So if you're buying a 3-day and it's almost half of what a 7 or a full season license is, we hope to nudge them toward full season licenses and get the full year's use out of that. Because you set the timer on it. You buy it the day you go fishing. It's good for a full year. It doesn't stop with the calendar year. And so we think the value's there to kind of nudge people that way. And so yeah, that one, the hit was a little bit bigger than I wanted to consider through that one.
Thank you.
Kenny, the dedicated hunter and the multi-season elk are not exactly comparable, but can you help me? I should have checked this before. Now, when I sign up for dedicated hunter, I pay a fee, which I think is basically your hunting license kind of. Is that $150? Or can you help me what?
Yeah, that is a good question. I've got it here somewhere, Carl. Let's see if I can find it. So yeah, you do pay the fee up front to participate. And let me see if I can find it on my giant spreadsheet here.
What I'm just trying to figure out what 3 years of multi-season tag and 3 years of dedicated participation, what those equal out to be. And on the elk side, you've got a hunting license you buy, and then I believe the proposed was $250. So you're I think right around $900 for that.
So yeah, Carl, for elk, it's just 3 times the 150 on the resident side for the multi-season elk. And then
3 times 150.
Yeah, that one's 150 currently, right?
But no, I think what you're proposing. Because aren't you recommending going to 250 on the?
Oh yeah.
So that would be 750 plus the hunting license. You're right around $900 on the deer side. At $40 for, is it 32 hours?
Yes.
So you're $1,280 plus the 150 fee. So you're about $1,400 to be a dedicated hunter versus a dedicated elk hunter.
Yeah, and as they are, that's obviously the proposed change. And currently they're probably a little more 1-to-1 at about 800 for if you're buying all of your hours under the current rate. So.
Right. And then when I fly out of state, I would love to do it at our rates. I just think, I think we're really low on that license. Now, I know we make quite a bit of money on application fees and everything from those, and we might lose some of that, but I tend to agree with Central Region that we're way low on the non-resident license. So, thank you.
I appreciate the thought going into the youth and the non-resident. I think that $50 now is way more fair than any other state. I've put my kids into for quite a few, and that's by far the cheapest of all the ones that I've had my kids apply or buy. I like the idea of the, reducing that $20 to $10 on that lion. Just, it seems to be our biggest problem we have, and to get more of them in people's pockets. I'm pretty sure I can get Mr. Selman on board that that's a pretty good thing to have. So I really like that. I appreciate the divisions, willing to change all these recommendations. I love it. And like Kevin had mentioned, that $10 is, I think, would put a lot more tags in a lot more people's pockets, and hopefully, do a little bit more good. So.
Can we have the division address that, the $10 per proposal and the thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think the logic's very valid for both. And it has been kind of an unknown quantity, I think, out there. Not a lot of people knew to go find that thing. And so that's probably on us a little bit. And there's probably ways elegantly that we could introduce people to that opportunity and let them know that it's out there and make up the difference on volume there. So I think, 10 seems kind of low, but maybe meet in the middle at 15 or something like that. But I think we're open to it. And I think there's some ways we can recoup any of that. So yeah, I think we'd be willing to negotiate on that one for sure.
I think one of the things that Kevin brought up, when I apply for Nevada, upon checkout, it asks you if you want to buy a mountain lion tag, and it has a price. I think that would be helpful in this system to offer that to people, to see that in the system, that they see it's an option. So I think that would be helpful in selling those tags as well.
Again, we don't want to make your life any more difficult, because you guys did a phenomenal job, especially with the draw this year. Kudos to your team. So last year I had people calling and whining. This year, nobody. So kudos to you guys.
Just another question. The spot and stock lions, just confirm, does that apply to any quota in a unit?
I don't think so on the structure. I think that's just unlimited and open for.
Okay, but if they kill one, does it go against the quota? I don't want to click the box. If it doesn't, then I think it works really well.
I'm not aware of a reporting mechanism for that. Maybe Justin knows.
Yeah, can I tackle this one, can I?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Justin Shannon, Deputy Director. No, these spot and stock permits, they don't count towards any quota that we have for the hound hunts and those types of things. These are all, any harvest that we receive on any unit throughout the state would be in addition to those quotas.
Justin, would you be able to have you or your staff come up with the numbers of how many those were harvested? How many lions were harvested off of that last year?
I think it was 7. I might get my numbers mixed up here, but one year it was, have we done it 2 years? Yeah, we've done it 2 years. 1 year it was 8 mountain lions that were harvested with the spot and stock permits. And then I think last year was 7.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and on that, when I get an email about predators and deer, the first email that I respond back to them is, do you have one of these in your pocket? And so far, no one has answered yes. So dropping that fee, I do think works good. And as long as somebody doesn't have to check a website for a quota, then it works out. But I personally think
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Wade.
I agree with Bryce. I really appreciate Kenny and his team and these recommendations and the input we got from the racks. I feel like this puts us in a really good place. Just to weigh in on the cougar piece, I agree with Mr. Norman. I really like the idea, and I like the message that it sends even more. I don't know that I'm hung up on the price, whether it's $10 or $15, as much as the option at checkout. I really think that will probably increase this more than anything else. So I really like that option.
Hey, Wade, just pause. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Brett.
How hard is that to get that option at checkout to be able to see that flag?
It would take some coding changes. It's doable. We do it. We do it now by adding, hunting licenses if people need them, and so there's ways to do it. We would just want to make sure it was in a way that didn't change a lot of the internal programming. So there's probably other ways to consider it too. One of the things I think we were thinking about was, we know who everybody in the state who has a hunting license or a big game permit, or we already know them in the database. We could even do a specific, the system has a special offer program where we could notify them, via email or however we notify, mass quantities of people, and let them know that we have a special offer for them. We could activate it there, make them aware of it, kind of talk about the program there. So there's probably several ways we could do it. That would definitely bring some visibility to it and make people aware that it's an option out there. And we would look into the programming version and work with Lindy and her team with the contractor doing that drawing. And I'm sure we can make that work. But there might be other elegant solutions that would still reach just as many people and give us that opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one point of clarification to add what Kenny's saying. When we decided to drop this price, we started those discussions as well internally of how do we add this to our draw option upon checkout, and whether it's if you draw a big game permit, you check this box, do you want to purchase a cougar permit, spot and stock permit, or whether you check out when you do your application and get one right then. So we have been analyzing this for about a month now in preparation for this, and it is something that we are going to figure out a way.
Thank you. Very good discussion and very helpful on the insight.
Mr. Chair, I had a couple of other thoughts outside of the cougar portion. If we want to kind of move into that, a few of the comments were made that now is a terrible time to be increasing fees and license amounts. And I get where those folks are coming from. Things are a little difficult right now. Cost of living, inflation have definitely changed things, especially those folks in the lower income brackets. So I certainly can appreciate where they're coming from, but I also think they need to appreciate that that is the very reason why we're asking for an increase in fees, is simply because of inflation and all of the expenses that go into caring for Utah wildlife have also gone up, probably in a proportion more than what is being asked for. I'm as you can kind of tell, I'm kind of, let's keep government small and out of our lives, and that includes our pocketbooks. And so this is a little difficult for me, but I certainly can, I can certainly agree with this, and I do appreciate Kenny and these proposals that's come forward to us. In the grand scheme of it all, the vast majority of us are in a place where we're prosperous enough that hunting has become more of a recreation than anything else. And when you start comparing these fees and these fee increases compared to the things we do the rest of our lives, these fee increases pale in comparison to, you know, a lot of the other things we use our disposable income for. So I struggle thinking that these fee increases are really going to change the dynamic of most of our financial situations. So I can support them. Having said that, I know I'm having a hard time staying on topic today, so forgive me, but we just had a discussion about the non-consumptives paying their portion. I appreciate the advantages that the DWR budget gets from being primarily user-based fees. The large percent of that budget does come from hunters, and I appreciate the advantages of that and the fact that we've got some a little more of a structure and solid footing when it comes to our budget. And I promote and absolutely agree with user-based fees in general. Having said that, this budget goes to promote and protect wildlife statewide, and there's a lot of people that appreciate and recreate, you know, regarding wildlife that aren't paying. And so if we have any legislators that are listening or happen to listen to this, I would love for the legislature to come forward and perhaps start paying a higher percentage of the DWR budget, just to reflect those other user groups that are not paying, in my opinion, their fair share of this budget. Now, that doesn't stop me from supporting this fee increase either, but I think that's a piece that we need to look forward. I know that's outside of our realm and our authority, but I think that's something that we need to consider.
Wade, thank you. And I just want to add comment to that I too agree with inflation and all the costs. When we went to WAFWA, and I would say 60 to 70% of all of the updates from all of the Western states was focused on fee increases and how they were going to manage with the costs and keeping employees, paying for fuel. And it made me reflect on where we are in Utah. And we are in a much better place. I think our conservation permits, our nonprofit groups that help in purchasing many of the things from some of the funds that they have has set Utah apart from all of the other states. And so I think we are in a lot better place. But I too absolutely agree with the fee increases. I think they're very minute. After hearing all of the other states where they are in a much different place on their fee increases. One request that I would have as we go through this, the board's always been good to really break these out by individual items, and let's do that this time as well.
Well, I'll bring one forward on it. I just think where our non-resident licenses are low. I don't know if I'm on an island on that, but I'll make the motion that we raise the non-resident hunting license to $120.
Can I ask the comment to Kenny why it is where it is and what the implications that may have?
So going a little bit further back to 2008, when we made the change in statute to require a hunting license before anybody applied for a big game permit, we bumped non-resident hunting licenses then, which impacted combo as well. So hunting, I'd consider both of those, Carl, hunting and the combo specifically. But we just feel like that was a fair and proven approach. We still had a ton of people super upset, non-residents that we started there and implemented that statute change. We've all kind of gotten used to it. A lot of other states do, something similar. And we just felt like the fee itself, the dollar amount, was kind of a nice mix of keeping people enticed and interested, but realizing that their opportunities are probably a lot more limited than residents. So we felt like it was kind of a good balance of maybe not overcharging them and having them disappear, and keeping them interested and engaged in applying for and eventually hunting in Utah on a lot of the limited entry and once in a lifetime species.
So a question with that, going to that 120, could it have an unintended consequence of losing many of those applicants?
It could, and we always build in a little buyer resistance when we do some of these calculations. We factored some of that in already at the proposed rates. It could be higher with a higher fee. That's I guess one of my worries with going too high is we have a lot more of them not want to continue to apply.
Can you address the amount of money made off of the application? So now it's a lower fee, but we make some money off of the amount of applications, but I know some of it goes to the contractor. Can you address that?
Yes. So in the fee increase from a couple of years ago, we did add $5 to non-resident applications. So residents pay 10, non-residents pay 15 for just the application part. And we bring in, I'd have to dig up the number specifically. I think my computer either died or shut down, but it's in the millions of dollars. We do cover the contract that runs the draw and takes care of all the back end and customer support and service on that side of it. They usually get a couple, $2 or $3 of each application fee. And the rest of that is restricted revenue that goes to help benefit everything. So hopefully that helps.
So with that amount that's made in the millions of dollars in those applications fees, where do you feel, would we make more on this increase, or would we lose by losing the money made on the amount of applicants we have?
I think the risk is just the sticker shock for the marginal non-resident, right? So the one who has a handful of bonus points, maybe even more on the one that has a lot of bonus points, who's used to paying, the $65, $75 range, and then having that in their brain got bumped up 2 years ago, and now it really takes a big leap this year. I feel like that marginal guy is not to generalize, but that marginal applicant is probably the one that may decide not to come in. And I would be worried more about it on that side, that we reduce the interest in Utah overall.
Can you I know we always like to compare to other states, but it seems like, I'm in Idaho paying around that $170, $180 mark. Same in Nevada, Arizona. Just curious if you've just a few of those numbers real quick.
Let's see. Are you talking overall or application process?
Just the license fee.
Okay. I think
non-resident license fee.
I think the West average was a little bit over $100 for hunting. It was like 120 if memory serving me. Let me see if I've got that spreadsheet. So average wise, we were definitely a little bit below the Western states. And then there's a lot of different nuances with what's required to complete an application. And Utah does require the hunting license before they apply. But let me just see if I can find that one.
I think I heard you present one time before that even though our license was less, we made that up in the amount of applicants through that process. Can you address that?
Yeah, one second. Let me just make sure I'm telling you guys the right comparison numbers here.
If that's the case, you're making a good argument for my $10 Cougar tag.
Okay, so yeah, Western hunting was the average for hunting, it was 127. And combo looks like 175. That's non-resident. So just so we're comparing apples to apples. And then, sorry, will you restate some of that, Kevin?
That I believe that I've heard you state before that although our license is lower than some of the other states, our application rates are higher because of that. And so we make that up on that $15 fee.
That's correct. It's the ratios, right? It's the opportunity on the ground, kind of what's available to them and what they're paying to get that. And so our ratio has kind of always been that 90-10. So we feel like that balance is important to kind of maintain, and I think that's spot on.
I still think at 120, I still think it would be the lowest non-resident license I've bought. And they all have different things on whether it's a $15 and you get a point, or a $50 or $100 that you get a point. So I still think 120 is very reasonable. So I'll let my motion stand and we'll see if it gets a second.
Mr. Chair, I would second that motion.
Got a motion on the table and a second. Any questions on the motion?
So is it 170 or 120?
20.
120. Okay.
Stacy, is that motion clear?
I have a question.
Okay.
A non-resident hunting, are you talking adult? Are you talking youth? Are you including the combination option?
Yeah.
Complications.
Sorry.
The one that I think you were asking 72 for was the one I was looking at 120. What is that one called?
That would just be the 18 to 64 non-resident license.
Non-resident hunting?
Hunting, yes.
And just to clarify, what is the non-resident combo price?
Non-resident combo. Yeah, there are a lot of facets to these when you start buckling down. There's different flavors of all of these. Let me get back to that sheet.
And that amount is 98.
Currently, that non-resident combination license for 18-year or older is 98. And our proposal is for that to go to 125. So I think what Carl's trying to say is we probably need to adjust a non-resident hunting license that's 18 years and older and extrapolate that out to that same combination
That's the
license.
math I'm trying to do in my head, right? And you said that was currently 100, or they're asking to go to 100? 125.
So yeah, that is correct. Sorry, looking at this laptop screen with one eye's hard, and that is the right 97 proposed up to 124.
Okay, so I'll amend my motion. My motion is that we recommend the 18 and older hunting license go to 120, the 18 and older combination license go to 150, and we leave the non-resident youth licenses with the elk and the recommendations.
Okay. And I think we do want to state that to 64 because the senior license is less. Is that right, Kenny?
18 to 64.
Okay.
We don't offer that one for non-residents, so we're good with that language.
Is that clear, Stacy? Okay.
Any questions on the motion? Do we have a second?
Still second that.
Okay, all right. We have a second on the amended motion. Any more discussion needed?
Sorry, I don't want to confuse this, but Kenny should probably also address the multi-year license, that we would just do the same breakout for that, because that's the number that he provided. That's $1 cheaper if they buy the 5 years. So you should probably address that.
Yeah, and I think that would just be a natural offshoot of that proposal. We would we'd preserve the extension price and the multi-year price. We would just tier that like we have it now. So I think we're still good with that.
Yeah. Okay with that.
All right, I'm going to call on a vote. Individually, we'll start with Bryce.
Yes.
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 All right.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Next item.
The next one, I'd like to make a motion that we change that $20 line tag to $10 and have it be an option at checkout. Hopefully, it's not going to make your life too difficult, but I think that's the only way to get it in as many people's hands as possible. Obviously, from Justin's numbers, I mean, it's not detrimental. It's not, a huge effect on the landscape, but just to have more of those in people's pockets.
I'll second that motion as well.
Okay, now, but to clarify, the license was 30 and you're recommending 20.
Correct.
So it's from 30 to 10. You're still.
Yeah, I don't want this. This is not a revenue thing. This is to get licenses in people's pockets.
And then Bryce, just to clarify, do you want to, are we saying in the motion to make it an option at checkout only, or give us the option to do what makes sense to market that and make it more prominent?
Yeah, market it how you want, but please make it an option at checkout.
Okay.
Just because, like Kevin said, when you put in for Nevada, that pops up. I mean, that's the best way. It's like right there when you're doing it. After that, it's like people forget about it, and it's not as effective as right there at point of sale.
I'd like to give the division an option that if they want to clarify on this $10, if there's any implications. Justin, is there anything that needs to be brought forward?
I think I mean, Kenny might have more of an opinion or position on this than I do, but I mean, certainly whatever the board wants to go with on this, we can make work. We understand and appreciate the argument that if you lower the price point, you'll probably sell more of them. 30 we felt like was too high. We felt like 20 was a good number to come in at, but I think we're flexible and we can make whatever work. Kenny, do you have a stronger opinion or thoughts on that?
No, I agree. I think Bryce kind of hit it on the head. It's just, it's been an awareness issue a lot of times, and it's not a big driver revenue wise for us. So that way it's not a big difference. And I think we can make it up on volume.
Yeah. And Justin, biologically, there's no concern with the increased amount of sales. We 7, 8 lions, and maybe that goes up just a little.
No, and backing way up, I think that was the intention of the legislation to begin with a couple of years ago when that was passed, was to have an avenue to get mountain lion permits in the hands of deer and elk hunters and others that would be out there in the fall anyways, pursuing wildlife. And so I actually think this aligns with that. So.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions from the board?
Mr. Chair, this is Wade. Just to add to what Bryce is saying, this to me is not a revenue issue, and it's certainly not a harvest issue. This is a messaging issue and raising an awareness, and I think that was the intent of this. This predator kind of this shift in predator management that we've had. So I think this is a step in the right direction.
Okay. All right. So we had a second. Okay, perfect. I'll call on a vote. We'll start with Bryce.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. That's unanimous. All right. I will open up to other items.
I'll open up the dedicated hunter and the hour discussion. I recognize that we want to incentivize folks to do the work. I've been in that program. Sometimes it is hard to find them, but they're available, and I think they've done a good job with that. At $40, if I at least do my math, that is correct. That really puts dedicated hunter, if you buy them, at about $1,400. $1,420. If you do the elk, you're about $900. So there obviously there's about a $400 and something incentive to do the hours. My personal thought is 40 might be a little bit high, but I'm open for that discussion to kind of even out those while still maintaining an incentive to do the work.
I'll speak. On my day job, I work for the Forest Service, and we do help provide projects for the dedicated hunter program. And there is, I feel like, a bottleneck now, or that it at least is very time consuming to keep up with projects for this dedicated hunter. I worry that going to the 40 hours is going to make that be a bottleneck that could give a black eye that we can't keep up with that. I think I appreciate the conversation, and I'd like to hear from the division if it's contrary to that. But in my region and where we deal with, I see that could be a problem to be able to, if we tip the needle to 40, that we'll have a hard time keeping up with those projects, providing those. But I would open it up to the division if they feel differently.
Mr. Chair, I've got some people down my way that they've had a hard time getting hours and stuff approved, projects approved. And I know it's up to each individual region, but they've had a difficult time getting projects approved. So it's been, they're hauling stuff here and there and doing stuff for the division, and it doesn't count for them. And I know it's been a little frustrating. Is there any way we could kind of standardize what would count for dedicated hunter hours? I know we manage that program pretty carefully, but that seems to be some of that same bottleneck you talk about.
I think we can, was that a question, Gary? I think we can definitely have those conversations and make sure that we feel like the things that we are doing qualify for what the intent of that was. And, we knew 40 was steep, and the intent really was to provide a disincentive to just show up on August 12th and pay your money and get your tag and go. We do want to return this to a spot where we're working together.
If I could just add a little bit there, I do think that there's the conversation around dedicated hunter projects and the way those are set up and everything. There is a lot of work that we will need to do. And I love the idea of being able to do that. I love the dedicated hunter program in concept. And I think that we need to get back to what was intended there. And that was to align the Division of Wildlife with sportsmen and get projects done on the ground that benefit wildlife. If it becomes a payment option, I think we have a multi-season deer permit program then, and deer permits are hard to come by. We could split them back out and give people a better opportunity to draw some of those permits if we're not going to have a service requirement associated with the dedicated hunter program. I do think it puts a lot of onus on the division to make sure those projects are well coordinated. I've got 2 sons that are in the program currently, and I love the fact that I'm trying to get them involved in projects that are on the ground, that people from all walks of life are engaged in a common cause of promoting wildlife conservation through those projects. You've heard a lot about our WMAs over the last 6 months. I can think of a lot of man hours that can be used on those WMAs for all to be proud of, honestly.
And Jay, I don't want to throw anything too radical out there for this group. I know we're trying to put a number on that line. After fees leave here, obviously, the rest of my hair turns gray at the legislature, working through the process with them. We do have a few fees in here that are an up to amount. They're a little tougher to uphill battle at the legislature, but you could put a dollar amount in and maybe leave open the option of having an up to and build in some flexibility so that if we do talk about something inside the program, we don't have to go through the process again to make the fee match what we want to do on the ground. So I just throw that out there. If anyone, I don't know, any other thought, that might be a solution to kind of get us in a range there that gives us some latitude in the rules.
Kenny, the Northeast region recommended a split, a certain number of hours at $1 and a certain number of hours at a higher dollar. Is that less complicated than up to that you just proposed, or is that it's just different?
It's different. It's a little more rigid that way, and then it gets hard on the back end in the timing of the database side of things. So when you've done a certain amount on the ground, and then you want to pay for a few, and then it's a 3-year program, and so you're looking back at hours in the database along the way. That's a little bit more rigid, where more of an open-ended, dollar amount or an up to amount probably lets us adjust the rules in the program along the way a little bit easier, if that helps.
I actually like the idea of trying to disincentivize just buying them out. I mean, I've seen the same thing, the value of the dedicated hunter hours and what they've done. And there's the other thing too, you get that cordiality with groups of people and all doing the same thing. And it gives you a little more purpose, gives a little more ownership in the whole thing. And I think one of our big struggles in Utah is we got to get a few more people that care enough about the outdoors to actually put their hat in the ring and do something about it. And I like the program for that reason. So I hesitate to let them buy all the hours. I don't like that. If you think that's enough of an incentive to kind of shut that down and get them back on the ground doing something, part of the trouble we have now is because people have lost touch with outside. They go out when it's convenient, do their thing, and then they're back in and they just don't understand the whole big picture. And so I think this really helps when they go out and help put in guzzlers or help tune up stuff or refurbish fences around places. I mean, it helps them have more respect. It helps them feel more strongly about taking care of those places, be the custodians of the wild. And so I like the program. I agree with the concept. There is that unfortunate situation that happens on occasion where you end up having to buy hours, but I think that's all it ought to be, is the unfortunate situation on occasion where you have to buy a few hours. I think you should have to contribute to the outdoor cause with your time.
I totally agree with Gary on that. Somehow we've got to make sure, and I don't know what our process is to let the dedicated hunters know what projects are available, but somehow those projects, because there's a lot of, when my little travels I go out and about, I see a lot of things that need attention and just little projects like cleaning a fish station or fixing a fish cleaning station or something like that and maybe that's not a dedicated hunter project, or maybe it doesn't qualify for a dedicated hunter project, but somehow we need to make sure that the projects are, if we're going to raise this to $40, which I'm not opposed to, but I am opposed if the projects aren't available for the guys to go to, because we got this project or this process and we want it to be successful for both the division and for the dedicated hunters. And so the projects have to be available to them to make that happen.
And one of my worries is if the person who can just going to buy this, whether it's 50, they'll have the money. But an average guy who can get to a few projects, but can't, I hate to price that hunter out of this. A new guy, sorry, you and I are both, that hunter out of it. I'll throw out something and we'll see whether it goes. Doing this math, that puts you at about $1,200 to do this, to do the 3 years of deer hunting. If you do the elk, it's at $900. And so what I'll throw out is you can buy 16 hours at 25 and you can buy 16 hours at 40. Every hour over that 17 is $40. So somebody could do a couple days, buy them at 25. If they don't do any, they buy them at those other prices. So 16 hours at 25, 16 hours at 40. If they want to do all the work, they don't pay any.
Let me understand that, Carl. So say a dedicated hunter goes out and does 16 hours of labor. The next 16 hours, and he doesn't get around to doing any more work out there. The next 16 hours he buys is at 25.
25.
Okay.
The backup, to finish out would be 25. If the sportsman needed to buy all of them, the first 16 would be at 25. The next 16 would be at 40.
Any comments from the division on that?
I think I think Carl's kind of, he's kind of helped us with the timing of that one, right? So the tiered one, great idea, probably should be vetted through the whole dedicated hunter program discussion and all of that. But I think what Carl's done here is kind of eliminated that concern for me and just said half of the hours one way and half the other. I honestly think it's a pretty elegant way to find the middle.
Okay. With that, I'll
second it.
I was going to say, do we have a second?
Okay. Any questions on that, Wade or Brett? Okay, I'll call for a vote. Brett? Or Bryce?
Yes.
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 Wade?
Yes.
All right. Motion passes unanimous.
Mr. Chair, can they put those extra recommendations back on the?
Yeah, can you go back to that slide, Kenny?
I think Paul might have to load that one for me. I can restate them if we need to, but.
Well, I mean, we tackled one of them. I just. Okay. Is there anything else that needs to be chunked out? Because I'm ready to make a motion that we approve it as presented with the bottom three additions, but I don't want to step on anybody's feet if there's something separate that needs to be done.
Yeah, I'd ask that to the board. Was there anything else? Wade and Brett, you guys can see that on the screen, what we would pick up with a motion that would address the rest of those. Is there anything else that we have heard from the RACs or the public process that wouldn't be addressed with a motion that picks the rest of this up?
I'm good to move forward with the balance.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the remainder of the division's recommendation as presented with the added recommendations that the division recommended minus the $20 line because we've already addressed that.
Okay.
I'll second that.
We got a motion by Bryce, seconded by Gary. Is that motion clear, Stacy? Okay, perfect. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's start with Bryce.
Yes.
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 Motion passes unanimous. With that, we will now take a break for lunch and we will resume in 30 minutes. Yeah. And the director wants to say something.
Before that break for lunch, just a reminder to the board and the public that are watching, this is, and Kenny alluded to it, but this is the public process is the start of this fee increase. And now we will be taking this through the legislative process through the session coming up. So, and then about lunch, we have enough here for the public that are in attendance here if they're interested in lunch.
All right, we'll break for lunch. Those that are online, appreciate you waiting for us to take a lunch break, and we'll get started. Just a few items of business. We excused Brett Selman, and Wade Heaton will have to step out at 1:30, but he will stay with us as long as he can. And we'd like to excuse our rack chairs. They are welcome to stay with us, but there will be no information that they will provide in the second half. So appreciate all the input that they've helped bring from their regions today. So with that, we will go to agenda item number 8, Sarah Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Sarah Scott, and I'm presenting the Expo audit for 2022. I don't know which button it is, but there we go. Just a little background on the Expo audit. It's Utah Admin Rule R657-55, and it was adopted in 2005. It provides up to 200 limited entry permits for a variety of species, and these permits are issued at a wildlife expo that is held in Utah and attracts at least 10,000 people per year. And the reason we have this program is to help fund wildlife conservation activities in Utah. A little bit more. The first expo was held in 2007. The Wildlife Board approves the permits annually, and the permits are issued through a random draw process with an application fee of $5 per permit, and the DWR completes an annual compliance audit of the performance of this program. The current status of the program, our current contract runs from 2022 to 2026. The current contract is awarded to the partners of Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife and Mule Deer Foundation. They distribute these permits at the Western Hunting and Conservation Expo, and this current audit covers the 2022 Expo performance. Before we get started on the audit, I would just like to thank Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife and Mule Deer Foundation for their help with this. Their records are very clean, and they're always great to work with when preparing this audit for the board. So the audit, what we look at their data, that their online data is handled properly and securely. We look at the programming for the applications and the drawing of the permits that is unbiased and random. We make sure the selected applicants are verified for their eligibility to possess a permit before we issue the permit. We look at the retained revenue and that it was accounted for appropriately, and that the project revenue was expended or transferred in the time allotted by rule. Let's see. So in the code review, technical representatives from the Department of Government Operations, they performed a thorough code review before witnessing the draw, and no issues were identified there. The contractor completed a third-party system scan and PCI self-assessment before taking all applications. The appropriate measures were taken to ensure the system and data were secure. We had no compliance issues there. Just to look at the applications, it's way down on the bottom. The current year, we had over 374,935 applications this year, broken out between resident and non-resident. You kind of, as we look at this graph, you can see that 2021, we had a bit of a bump due to COVID. It was a virtual expo, and so our non-resident group had a bit of a spike there. And then just fell back down this year to what we would expect regular rates. This is a little bit easier to see the trends on this graph. So you can see the spike in 2021, but it's back down to regular numbers for applications and applicants. Applications is the red line and applicants is the blue line. For the retained revenue in 2022, the The $5 application fee is broken out into two sections. There is $1.50 per application that is allocated to DWR approved projects, and $3.50 of that $5 is for contractor approved conservation initiatives in Utah. And so the revenue this year for the 150 was $562,402.50. And the 350 was $1,312,272.50. The fund balances were verified, deposited, and held in separate federally insured bank accounts. And the groups have 2 years to expend those funds, put them towards projects. And we had no issues with the project revenue this year. This is a table showing the DWR approved project revenue. We had some carryover from last year, their new revenue, and total revenue they had to expend, what they have expended, and then this project's billed in FY23. We've billed that to them and they have sent us those funds. And so the remaining funds are here in the last column. And the revenue for contractor approved conservation initiatives is that 1.3 million. Whoops, sorry. A total of 473,000 was spent on eligible expenses related to holding the expo. These expenses were verified with receipts and backup documentation. The remaining 839 was split 50-50 between the groups. And there is a attachment showing the projects for both types of funds in the packet. Here's the same table for the 350 revenue, their carryover, the new project revenue, what they have spent on project expenditures, and the remaining funds in their bank account. And as I said, there's an attachment in the handout showing projects that they spent money on for both types of funds, the DWR approved and the contractor approved projects. Some other information. So as I said, the 2022 Western Hunting and Conservation Expo was held in person. So applicants have to have a valid hunting or combination licenses to apply for the permits. We used to sell those on site, but we do no longer do that. They are all sold online. The conclusions for the audit. The Expo took appropriate measures to ensure data was kept secure and confidential. PCI assessments and scans were completed before they accepted the applications. Program code was reviewed and verified as random. The revenue requirements were met by both groups. The deposits were verified and kept in separate insured accounts. And the Expo revenue has been spent on hundreds of beneficial projects in Utah, with many more to follow. So we had no other findings or recommendations. And that is everything. If anyone has any questions.
Thank you, Sarah. I'll open it up to questions from the board. Questions from rack chairs? I would open it up if there's any comments from the audience. Yeah.
I'll get him later, Snace.
Let me just wait right here.
Troy.
No, Troy Justin, Sportsman Fish and Wildlife. First, I want to thank my team for putting this together and Sarah and the division for going through this audit. They work really hard and I'm proud of them to come through. And one thing I really believe is we continue to get more and more transparent in the process. The one thing I want to say about these expo funds, and the division can speak to this, they've become absolutely critical in what we do. There's some projects they can't do that we can do with that 350 money. We've been able to fund stuff that doesn't qualify for the WRI or the conservation permit funds, being upland game, waterfowl, and other things. And so just truly grateful to the state to allow us to participate in this. Thank you.
Thanks, Troy. Anyone else from the audience? I just want to add to what Troy has stated. I know the little bit that I've seen where this has happened, and I probably have only seen a minuscule part, but I've seen some issues on the ground where there was not an answer, there wasn't funds, and these contractors that get this 350 money absolutely step up and say, hey, we can help. And it solves problems on the ground. And our state is leading the way because of this. And so it's been great. With that, I'll bring it back to discussion from the board.
I just appreciate our partners, division. The report is easy to read. The audit's easy to read. I think it is transparent. I think a lot of great things are happening with this. I think there was a time when we were reporting a little bit less, but I think we're doing a great job right now and a lot of great things that are going on. So thanks.
I'd like to say that too, the paperwork's clear enough now that you can look at it and see exactly where everything is. I know that was a big question in the past, so I appreciate the clarity.
All right, entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. We approve the Expo permit audit as presented.
I'll second it.
that.
Either one.
Seconded by Gary and Carl. All right, we'll call on a vote. Bryce?
Yes.
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 Yeah.
Yes.
Pass unanimous. All right, we will go to agenda item number 9, Expo permit allocation. Colby Jones.
Mr. Chair and Wildlife Board, here to present the 2023, the changes to the Expo permit allocation. Before we get into that, just like to say one thing really quickly, and that is that I feel really lucky to have this partnership and this Expo in our state. It brings in a lot of things that we get to highlight. We get the whole mule deer working group in Utah for meetings to go through how mule deer are doing across the West and highlight the actions of that group. We get a lot of other things that our sportsmen get to participate in. And one of the things that we get is access to these permits, which is a public draw that occurs, here. And so not only does the revenue from these permits go to great things, but we also get to offer that up primarily to the folks that come here to our state. And it's a great thing. So with that, we'll get into the proposed changes. I guess I have the remote, so I probably should move it. Every year when we evaluate this, we sit back and look at the purport where we're allocating permits across the landscape. So you'll see a permit taken off here or added here, and that's exactly what this is. So as we've decreased permits in our public draw in the Book Cliffs, we just are recommending to reduce permits there in the Expo as well. And then looking around, we have some places where we've increased permits, and we're recommending to add that. So in the Book Cliffs North, any legal weapon in the Book Cliffs and the Paunsaugunt, recommending to remove 4 permits from those deer hunts and then add those 4 back in on the San Juan Elk Ridge, 1, 2 on Diamond Mountain, and 1 on the Vernon. For elk, recommending to remove the antlerless permit that we had on the Central Mountains Nebo and add that to the LaSalle's, and then adjust the rest of these hunts accordingly as we're allocating permits for elk across the state now. On to pronghorn, as we've seen different populations do well and different populations struggle with pronghorn over the last couple of years, recommending to remove some of those permits from the Book Cliff South, Kalish, Morgan, South Rich, Ogden, and Fillmore Oak Creek, and then add 2 new, they're not new hunts, they're new hunts to the Expo on the Beaver, Book Cliff, Bitter Creek, and then add 1 permit to the 9 Mile Anthro, all in illegal weapon. For bison, recommending to discontinue the one in the Book Cliffs Bitter Creek and add one to the Book Cliffs Little Creek South. Desert Bighorn, recommending to move this one to the Santa Fe North, as that population has done better. And for mountain goats, we had a lot of these on that north slope hunt. I'm recommending to remove one of those and then add one to the beaver. And that's it. All the other permits are recommended as the same as they were last year.
I'll open it up to questions from the board. Questions from RAC chairs?
I just have one on the North Santa Fe Desert Bighorn. How, do you have numbers? How well has that herd recovered since the die-off?
Yeah, I had the numbers from the last flight. Dex, did you get that? When we went through this, we increased permits there quite a bit based on the last flight. And I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. But Dex, where are we at on the last flight on the Santa Fe North? Dex or Guy? It's rebounded quite a bit. We can get that to you, Kent, but it's in good shape. And we're able to allocate more permits to that. And that's why we moved this to that Santa Fe North. But we'll get you that information.
Thank you. Any comments from the audience? All right, discussion from the board.
I
think I heard somewhere they said that each RAC member and each board member should be getting some of these tags. I'm not sure how that works, but I've never seen it work yet.
Follow that, Bryce.
I'll make a motion. We go ahead and approve the Expo permit allocation as presented.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? All right, we'll start with Bryce.
Yes.
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 All right, motion passes unanimous.
Thank you. Hey, is that okay, Mr. Chair, if we answer that question?
Please.
Okay.
Guy Wallace, Southeast Region Wildlife Manager. Numbers are pretty similar. We surveyed it last year. Total count was 98 sheep on the North Santa Fe, and the previous count was 102, so it's pretty stable.
Thank you.
I think that probably misses the bounce back from the die-off when it dipped down, though. We'd have to go back further.
All right, agenda item number 10, drought permit recommendations, DAX.
All right, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Dax Mangus, the Big Game Program Coordinator. I'm here today to present the Big Game Drought Permit recommendations. And this is something we started back in 2015 in I guess the current version of the statewide elk plan. We added a strategy that allowed us to come directly to the board in the August board meeting and make recommendations for additional permits if we were encountering dire conditions, severe drought, emergency type additions to permits from what we had recommended previously this spring. And so this opening slide of the presentation today, I've got a big rainbow on the slide, and that's pretty symbolic of how things are looking right now. So I'm happy to present to you that we are in better conditions than we've been in a while. And Mr. Prevedel, the chairman of the Northeastern Region RAC, reminded me that when things have been so horrible for so long, suddenly normal looks really, really good. So it's true. I looked at the maps. These maps here show drought severity in the state of Utah, and comparing last year to this year. When I got in to look up this year's map, I figured it would be bright green and look fantastic. We're still in drought. There's still a lot of dry conditions, although it is much better than it's been. This monsoon pattern seems to be really, really beneficial to wildlife. A lot of the data and information we're getting from looking at wildlife looks really positive from monsoon rains we had last fall. And the stuff we're getting this summer, the precipitation we're getting this summer is just great. Ranges look really good. Obviously, this process is more focused on range conditions and animal conditions and not so much reservoir levels or how much water is available for irrigation. That is kind of a different story. And there are some hot spots on the landscape where we do have dry conditions. And thankfully, we have a lot of tools that we can use to address those and work in those spots through our depredation program. But at a larger scale, things are looking a lot better than they've looked. When we put out a call to the district biologists in all the regions to do an assessment and see where we're at. As I mentioned, the range conditions were looking good. The animal conditions are looking good. They look at their population status and where they're sitting right now. And one thing to keep in mind, I guess, is because of the drought conditions we've had for the last several years, a lot of units have increased antlerless permits and kept populations down a little bit and have maintained those elevated levels of antlerless permits and been a little more aggressive on populations. And that's kind of carried over year to year. We consult with our producers, public land grazers, talk with our federal land management agencies to see if, maybe there's big cuts to, livestock permits, that type of thing. And this year, that's just not the case around the state. In most places, things are looking really, really well. So I'm trying to run my computer and this at the same time. I can barely do two things at once, but we're there. Okay. So these monsoon rains and the timing of them have been really great, especially for our summer ranges. Some of our winter ranges in our drier parts of the state where they get a really early start on the growing season, these monsoon rains really hadn't kicked in as well. So we are seeing a few issues on a few places in kind of these low elevation winter ranges. And the one that's really jumped out and the one where we have some concerns is on the Henry Mountains. So, this year, we're actually not going to recommend any additional emergency drought permits for elk or deer or pronghorn, any other species, but we are going to talk a little bit about the Henry Mountains and make a recommendation for some additional emergency bison permits in the Henrys. And this is just because in that area that the winter ranges are looking a little rough. We anticipate that, feed might be in short supply this winter. The monsoons are helping. The summer range look good, but it's one where this is a high profile area. We've, recently met with the Henry Mountains Bison Committees met and revised the Henry Mountains Bison Management Plan. And we just want to work together, be responsible with how we approach the rangeland situations there and be good partners and work with folks. So for the Henry Mountains, we're recommending an additional 23 permits. That's a pretty substantial increase when you look at, the original recommendation for the Henry Mountains was 53. So it's a 40-something% increase of how many permits, recommending those be spread out. 9 of those would be hunter's choice permits, 3 each on 3 of the hunter's choice hunts. 2 of those hunts are in November, one's in December. And then an additional 7 permits on 2 cow-only bison hunts, one in end of December and the other one that runs pretty much the first half of January, first part of January. The reason that summer hunter's choice permits and summer cow permits is to try to maintain the sex ratio. That's the objective in the plan there, which is 50 bulls per 100 cows. Based on the assessment of the range, and then the counts that were done just a couple weeks ago when they flew the range, that's the recommendation we're making. The objective in the Henry Mountains is 325 adults post-season. And based on the numbers that were counted and the anticipated harvest with these additional permits, the model predicts that we'd come through at post-season at 275 animals. So it's about 15% under the objective, 50 animals under the objective. But based on the condition, the range there, the region's assessment, they feel like that's a good place to be. we have these population objectives and they're a great target. They're a great goal. We love working towards those, but when the conditions don't lend themselves to being there responsibly, then, we're happy to back off a little bit in the meantime so that we, when conditions are good, we'll want to grow some bison. When conditions are marginal like they are right now, we're happy to be a little bit under. On the bright side, it, could mean that 23 additional people get to go on a once in a lifetime bison hunt. So, worst case scenario, it's not too bad if you look at it that way. Thankfully, it is a renewable resource. And, as conditions improve, you'll see our recommendations probably change to reflect that. So in summary, cow elk permits, which is typically what we address in this meeting, we're in a pretty good spot with range conditions and elevated permits we've had over the last few years. So no recommendations to make any changes there, and just these 23 additional Henry Mountains bison permits. And that's it. Thank you all. I can take any questions. And we have regional staff here as well. If there's something really specific about the Henrys, I'll probably call Guy Wallace back up here to address that.
I'll start with one question. I know that the Bison Committee had met, and that will be coming through the board. Well, a big discussion point that from the Bison Committee, there was part of that group that wanted that objective lower. But the division really felt that if there was drought conditions, that they would be able to lower that without having the overall plan reflect that. And can you speak to that? I think this kind of shows some of that, but can you kind of speak to that?
Yeah, and Guy, if I missed something, feel free to come up and add it. But I feel like this is the type of recommendation that shows exactly that we set an objective, but if the conditions aren't there, we're not going to push ahead and try to do that to the detriment of the range or, having a big negative impact on other partners and users of the landscape. So, we're committed to managing towards those objectives when the conditions are there, and when the conditions are there, we're committed to backing off and doing the right thing. So did I miss anything, Guy? No. Okay.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Questions from rack chairs? Comments from the audience? Thanks, Troy.
Troy Justinson, Sportsman, Fish and Wildlife. I had an opportunity to represent SFW sitting on that Henry Mountains Bison Committee, and I support the division's recommendations. This is a tough thing, and I think both sides come together. We each gave, and so I support the division's recommendations with these additional permits down there on the mountain. Thank you.
Thanks, Troy. Board discussion.
I just think it says we gave our word that we would respond. If Mother Nature didn't give us the moisture, we would be a good partner. So I'll make the motion that we approve these extra permits.
Mr. Chair, I would second that.
Sure.
We've been up there the last 3 or 4 weeks and doing surveys and with the bison, and it really was kind of a tough decision because we were receiving rain and we have received some rain. So some of the ranges, portions of the ranges look pretty good, especially the upper elevation stuff. But these storms have been so localized and so spotty that there were portions that looked, really good and others that looked really bad. And so we kind of felt like we'd be better off to err on the side of caution with this and make this recommendation to reduce the population a little bit more. And hopefully, if once we reassess that this fall and see where these rains have hit and what the range conditions look like, and then next spring after the winter, we can adjust permits if necessary to bring that population back.
Thanks, Guy. I'll just add, on this committee, there was a lot of discussion on both sides. The argument can be made scientifically that there needs to be more genetics there. And even so, there's some research saying that a minimum herd size of 500 would be recommended. But in this situation, given the habitat, given all of the concerns from others on the committee, we didn't go there, and we stayed at what it was at 325. There were those that felt that we should go lower than that, and the division really said, you know what, we can step up when we need to, and we can lower it. And that's exactly what they've done to keep that promise. And so I'm glad to have been part of that committee, but to see that some of those promises are being kept.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Wade.
I just want to weigh in on that as well. I agree 100%. I think it is important that we're being responsive just like this and doing the right thing and doing what we said we would do. Obviously in the past, public land grazers have, had a criticism, and oftentimes were justified in that their permits were cut, their numbers were cut, and yet wildlife stayed very similar. And, we don't want to get into that discussion, but I do think there was an equity issue there. And I think when we do things like this, it helps address that. So I think this is great.
Thank you. All right, we've got a motion and a second. Is that motion clear, Stacy? Okay, any questions on the motion? All right, we'll start with Bryce.
Yes.
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 All right, motion passes unanimous. Agenda item number 11, CWMU Advisory Committee. Colby?
Hello. So in rule, it establishes a CWMU advisory committee. And what the committee does is they hear complaints from, anytime there's an issue, they hear complaints from public hunters or issues when the division brings them forward to them as well. And then they make a recommendation to the wildlife board as to what action they feel like should be taken to correct whatever problem occurred on the CWMU. The CWMU advisory committee is extremely helpful and been a great thing for us. At times, members on the committee serve terms and different constituencies are represented on the committee. So we have sportsmen, CWMU presidents and operators, and one of the positions is an elected official. And at this time, we're just asking to replace one of those positions. Joel Ferry served on the committee, and we're asking to replace Director Ferry with Randy Elliott. And Randy is the Davis County Commissioner. We feel like he'd represent well on the committee, and that's the ask, is to replace Joel for Randy.
All right, thanks, Colby. Any questions from the board? Okay. Questions from rack chairs? Any comments from the audience? Discussion from the board?
Kevin, I just want to echo what Colby has said. Great committee, great purpose, and great selection to replace Joe.
Motions.
Make a motion, we approve as presented.
I'll second it.
All right, we got a motion by Bryce, seconded by Gary. The motion's clear. Stacy? All right. We'll start with Bryce.
Yes.
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 Motion passes unanimous. With that, is there any other business? I don't know of any. Seeing that, we will close the board meeting. Thank you.